All right. Well, we seem to be having a sketchy line there with Radhika, but as she said, the mood on the ground absolutely electric. This is the Wankhede Stadium where she's reporting from. Fans have begun queuing up. Several people have already entered. It's a stadium with a capacity of 35,000 people, and today it's a free-for-all to join in the celebrations. Team India expected to land in Mumbai in a short while from now. We'll get you live updates from the airport and all the way from Nariman Point to Wankhede Stadium. It's going to be our top focus story on NDTV. Short break. We'll bring you more cricketing action on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Uttar Pradesh police make the first set of arrests. 6 organizers have been arrested 3 days after the stampede. The godman is still not named in the FIR or questioned, continues to remain scot-free. The governor has invited Hemant Soren to take oath as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Once again, Hemant Soren, out on regular bail, will replace Champai Soren ahead of polls. War over facts in Parliament speeches. A session may be over, but the war continues after BJP flags Rahul's speech. Congress writes to the Speaker over Prime Minister and BJP MP speeches, citing inaccuracies. The Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu met Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the national capital today. Reportedly, he is pushed for special package before the budget. This as the Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy is also in the national capital. He met Amit Shah. Voting underway in the high-stakes election in the United Kingdom. It is Rishi Sunak's fate in the line. Labour forecast to knock out the Conservatives. Team India is expected to land in Mumbai shortly after they met Prime Minister Modi at his residence this morning. The champions returned home and now on to grand celebrations in Mumbai, where there will be a roadshow from Nariman Point culminating at Wankhede Stadium. Welcome back. 6 people have been arrested so far in the Hathras horror. This is what the Uttar Pradesh police just said in a press conference a short while ago. 121 people were killed. Several people were injured after a satsang or a religious gathering by a self-styled godman went horribly wrong, and there was a stampede situation that led to 121 people dying. What we know at the moment is that 6 among the organizers have been arrested by the Uttar Pradesh police, but 3 days later, there is still no sign of the self-styled godman. Neither has he been questioned and neither has he been named in the Uttar Pradesh police FIR. This raises several questions on whether he enjoys administrative and political patronage. Why is he being shielded? Why has he not been questioned? Parallelly, a judicial probe team has also been set up. This committee is going to look into irregularities on the part of the state administration. Remember, for a crowd of 2.5 lakh people, there were only 70 policemen. The FIR claims that even the exit route, the second exit route, which could have served as a contingency and saved several lives, was also blocked by the organizers. Many unanswered questions, many glaring irregularities, and many lapses later. Only 6 organizers arrested, with the big men still out and free. Let's listen in to what the Uttar Pradesh police has said, and then we'll go across to my colleague Vedant Agarwal for more on the story.
विवेचना प्रारंभ करते हुए 6 लोगों की अभी गिरफ्तारी की गई है। विवेचना के क्रम में एडीजी जोन आगरा द्वारा भी सभी जनपद में निर्देशित किया गया है अपने जनपद में गिरफ्तारी हेतु, और जोन स्तर के ऊपर भी एक एसओजी टीम का गठन हुआ है जो कि संलिप्त लोगों और संस्था के सेवादार अधिकारी पदाधिकारियों की भूमिका को जांच करेगी। इसके अलावा रेंज लेवल की जितनी भी एसओजी टीम है उनको पुलिस अधीक्षक हाथरस के सहयोगार्थ संबद्ध किया गया है। घटनास्थल को सुबह 3 तारीख को सुबह ही फॉरेंसिक टीम और फील्ड यूनिट द्वारा साक्ष्य संकलन की कार्रवाई से गहन रूप से वहां पर साक्ष्य संकलन की कार्रवाई की गई थी।
And let's go right across to Vedant Agarwal. Vedant, all eyes are going to be on the Uttar Pradesh administration on what action they are going to take against the self-styled godman. They are saying they are probing his past criminal history, but you know, the question really is, what have they done about this particular incident? They have no idea where he is. They haven't questioned him. There's a team camping outside his ashram. They claim he's not there. So what headway have they made to look for him? Are they even looking for him? And are they even going to question him, given the fact that he's not even been named in the FIR as an accused?
That's right, Rishika. You know, this is exactly what we see and what we have seen in many such cases, that, you know, the big fish are never made to pay the price. It's always, you know, people from the organization, like it's happened in this case as well. You know, these token arrests have been made by the UP police. 6 people have been arrested. All of them are part of the organizing committee. The police say that they failed as far as crowd management is concerned, given the fact that so many lapses have come to light. But the fact of the matter is that these are only token arrests, and since this morning many raids have been conducted across Mainpuri, across Eta, even here in Hathras, raids to look for the main accused. And the main accused in this particular case was the head of the organizing committee, who has been also named in the FIR. You know, the Baba has not even been named in the FIR, and the indication till this morning was that the UP police may revise the FIR to include the name of the Baba, but that didn't happen. In fact, when we asked the senior officials, they said that if at a later stage certain facts do sort of come to light, then the FIR can be revised. So, sort of being very evasive about this question, about the fact that the Baba has not been named in the FIR. What we're also hearing, another development that has happened in this case, is that in the next 6 to 7 hours, the probe panel that was formed by the UP government is likely to submit its report to the government, to Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. So that's going to be important as well, given the fact that many administrative lapses have come to light. But the UP government's stand right now seems to be that it was entirely the organizing committee's fault, and that they failed in their role to sort of manage the crowds and keep the crowds in check.
You know, I also want to understand at the moment, the Uttar Pradesh administration has pretty squarely blamed the organizers. And while, of course, culpability does rest with the organizers, Vedant, there's no running away from that. The big question is, the administration has given permission for this event. This is documented in the FIR that permission was given. They say permission conditions were flouted. But who were the people who gave this permission? On what conditions was the permission given? And why were the terms and conditions of this permission not enforced? Culpability also rests with the administration, where we've seen no heads roll. We've seen no transfers, we've seen no sackings, we've seen no action against the administration. A judicial committee set up, which is going to submit its findings in 2 months.
Absolutely, Rishika. The UP government gave permission for 75,000 to 80,000 people to attend that satsang. But as we've been reporting from the spot as well, those grounds were not even fit to accommodate 90,000 people for which the permission was given. And when I asked the IG of Aligarh as to whether the permission was actually sought in the Baba's name, he denied it and he said that the permission there was no connection with the Baba as far as the permission for this particular event is concerned. It's the organizing committee's job to seek permission. So, of course, trying to separate the role of the organizing committee and accountability of the Baba. So, that was an important point that he made there as well. The other important thing, Rishika, here is that when we spoke to organizers, in fact, I spoke to one of the key organizers this morning as well, and he said something very infuriating. In fact, he said that this is God's will. So what can be more shameful? In fact, he went on to say that the local administration and the police that was deployed there did not cooperate with the people, did not cooperate with the organizing committee. In fact, many of the eyewitnesses also say that there was more police deployment yesterday when Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath visited the spot than there was when the satsang took place. So, of course, all those questions are being raised, and now judicial commission has also been judicial inquiry has been set up by the UP governor, and that is to be that will submit its report in the next 1 week, is what we're hearing.
Well, 3 days after the stampede, 6 organizers have been arrested, and that's where it stands right now. Is that enough? Should more action be taken? Should heads roll, accountability be fixed, and there be some assurance to the people that an incident like this will not repeat itself? I think those are some of the questions that still need to be answered. While, of course, we continue to track the investigation and ask questions of why some are being shielded or exonerated in this case, we also continue to track here on NDTV the very real human tragedy that is unraveling. 121 families, make no mistake, have been altered forever. Lives have changed. People have lost their loved ones. All of this at a religious gathering. They went there because this faith was their calling, and many of them did not make it alive. So very, very real human tragedy as far as the Hathras case is concerned. My colleagues Tanushka and Vedant have been reporting from Ground Zero. They sent us these reports.
ये बताइए मिनेश, आपके कौन मिसिंग है, कौन घर से गायब है?
मेरे घर से मम्मी।
मम्मी, क्या नाम है उनका?
रामकली।
रामकली। फोटो आपके पास है मम्मी?
हाँ जी।
तो ये इनकी माता जी हैं? अच्छा।
सोमवार को घर से आई हैं।
अच्छा।
उसके बाद उन्होंने कही कि सत्संग करके आ जाएंगे लौट के, तो आई नहीं वो, तो मैंने फ़ोन किया, तो फ़ोन किसी और ने उठाया है।
अच्छा, किसने उठाया?
उनके संग रहती हैं, सेवा करती हैं, वो संग में रहती हैं, वो उन्होंने उठाया। तो उन्होंने बोला कि 10 मिनट बाद अभी बात करा रही हूँ, मैं अंदर हूँ। तो मैंने 10 मिनट बाद फ़ोन किया, तो वो कह रही है वो तो आगरा चली गई। वो तो आगरा चली गई। मैंने कहा आगरा चली गई तो अपना मोबाइल नहीं ले गई? कि नहीं, मोबाइल छोड़ गई है मेरे पास। मैंने कहा मोबाइल ऐसे कैसे छोड़ जाएंगी? तो फिर उन्होंने फ़ोन काट दिया। फिर मिलाया तो कह रही कि भाई साहब तुम मुझे परेशान कर रहे हो, बार बार फ़ोन करके, यहाँ पे कोई बात नहीं हुई है, कोई दुर्घटना नहीं हुई है, कुछ नहीं हुआ है, ये बोला। तो ठीक है। फिर मैंने कही ऐसे कैसे? मैंने कहा ये न्यूज़ में दिखा रहे हैं सो। उसके बाद उन्होंने फ़ोन स्विच ऑफ कर लिया। उसके बाद कोई बात नहीं हुई।
कोई बात नहीं हो पा रही है। कहाँ गए ढूंढने के लिए आप?
तो मैं एटा से आ रहा हूँ इस समय इमरजेंसी से।
वहाँ नहीं मिली?
वहाँ नहीं मिली।
और कहाँ गए? और ये हाथरस में भी आए?
जहाँ आए
हाथरस में आए। तो आपकी माता जी ये बाबा जी से जुड़ी कैसे?
जुड़ी तो वो काफ़ी साल हो गए जब से जहाँ शुरू हुआ था। अच्छा। यहीं से कुटिया पे से जुड़ी हुई हैं।
तो आप भी जुड़े थे उनसे क्या?
नहीं, हम तो एक आध बार जाते हैं, हम तो आगरा जॉब करते हैं।
अच्छा। तो ये मिनेश हैं, इनकी माता जी की ये फोटो है। इस वक्त हाथरस के डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और यहाँ पर अपनी माँ की तलाश कर रहे हैं। कितनी उम्र थी माता जी की?
60 के समथिंग, 55-60।
हाँ, 60 साल इनकी माता जी की उम्र है, जिनका कोई पता नहीं चल रहा है। किसी महिला से बात हुई फ़ोन पर, महिला ने कहा कि बात कराएंगे, उसके बाद भी बात नहीं हो पाई है और अब फिलहाल फ़ोन बंद है। और इस तरह से कुछ लोग ऐसे बचे हैं जिनके घर वाले अब तक नहीं मिल रहे हैं।
No arrests have been made in that absolutely horrific tragedy where 121 people lost their lives. I come to you from a basti of the Baba's devotees and followers. As far as the action is concerned, well, multiple raids taking place across Hathras, Aligarh, in parts of Eta as well, to find the main accused. Now, remember, the main accused is one of the sevadars or the organizers of the satsang, and the police are on the lookout for him. He's also currently missing is what the police are telling us. And if the police does move to, in a sense, name the Baba in the FIR as well, then that will be a big development, because then his arrest will be imminent. But so far that has not happened. In fact, Just this morning I spoke to the DSP of Mainpuri, and he said that there were a couple of teams that went to the Baba's ashram even today, and he's nowhere to be found. So while of course there are all these reports, and in fact his own bodyguards say that he is inside, the UP police continues to maintain that the Baba in fact is not at his Mainpuri ashram. Because remember now there's a lot of pressure on the police as well, because there are charges of some sort of complicity, there are charges of some sort of impunity with which the Baba continues to play with the lives of people. In fact, there's a lot of outrage across Hathras. In fact, as I was reporting yesterday also, while of course we talk about the administrative lapses, it has also brought to light the conundrums of a country that is deeply rooted in faith, where often belief and superstition are one and the same thing. And this conflict is something that is very visible here as well. I have somebody who says that the Baba is not at fault and there is no fault of his. आप मुझे कह रही थी कि आप वहाँ पर गई भी थी सत्संग में, और इसमें बाबा की कोई गलती नहीं है। ऐसा क्यों?
ऐसा कि वहाँ पे वो है नहीं थे, उसके बाद में हुआ है ये काम जो हुआ है सो। और ये जनता की कमी है कि जनता ने रोक बांध नहीं की है।
तो बाबा ने तो एक शब्द नहीं कहा, इतने लोग मर गए, उनके इतने श्रद्धालुओं की मृत्यु हो गई, उन्होंने कुछ नहीं कहा।
अरे बाबा माँ होते जब ही तो कहते, ऐसे तो हादसा हर जगह होता है, तो माँ किसकी कमी होती है?
बाबा की गलती नहीं है, आपका ये कहना है। आप मुझे ये कह रही थी, इनफैक्ट शी इज द ग्रैंड डॉटर ऑफ वन ऑफ द विक्टिम्स, आपका ये कहना है कि पूरी की पूरी गलती बाबा की है।
जी, बाबा को व्यवस्था करनी चाहिए थी, उन लोगों को देखना चाहिए था कि कैसे पब्लिक, कितनी पब्लिक आ रही है, उस हिसाब से उनको व्यवस्था करनी चाहिए थी, पुलिस कर्मी लगाने चाहिए थे। अपने लिए लगा रखे हैं 20 कमांडो और लोगों के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है, तो ये क्या है?
और ये इन लोगों की अंधश्रद्धा है, आप ये भी कह रही हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, ये अंधविश्वास है और कुछ नहीं है।
छाती की हड्डी टूट गई थी एक, तो उसमें दर्द हो रहा है उनके, अभी भी हल्का हल्का दर्द है, तो उसका ट्रीटमेंट चलेगा। धक्का मुक्की के कारण वहाँ पे जो भी है दब गई थी मम्मी, सांस वगैरह लेने में प्रॉब्लम हो रही थी पहले आईसीयू में, इसलिए एडमिट किया।
उन्हें ऑक्सीजन पर भी डाला गया था?
हाँ, अभी भी ऑक्सीजन पे ही हैं, लेकिन अब थोड़ा आराम है।
और आपके पापा और आपकी मम्मी भोले बाबा के भक्त है या फॉलोअर्स रहे हैं?
मैम अभी कुछ टाइम से ही किसी ने बताया था इन लोगों को, तो तब से जाने लगे ये लोग। समथिंग 5 मंथ्स हुए हैं।
अच्छा,
5-6 मंथ।
इस बाबा जी के विषय में आपको क्या लगता है, ये जो हादसा हुआ है, क्या उनका कोई हाथ है या उनकी अरेस्ट होनी चाहिए? आपकी क्या मांग है उस हिसाब से?
बिल्कुल अरेस्ट होना चाहिए। अगर बाबा की कोई गलती नहीं होती तो वो आज छुपे छुपे नहीं घूमता, सरकार के सामने आता।
फिर आपको पता कैसे चला कि आपकी पत्नी घायल हो गई है, ऐसा हुआ है?
मैं ढूंढते जब जो नहीं आई, हमारी वहाँ बस लगी थी, वहाँ पर तक नहीं पहुँची। फ़ोन किया तो फ़ोन पे भी नहीं पहुँची वहाँ, तब फिर मैं ढूंढते वो हॉस्पिटल में पहुँचे, तब मिली थी मुझे। ये पब्लिक का ही अनुभव हो रहा, पब्लिक भगदड़ मचा दी उन्होंने, पब्लिक उनके बाबा के पीछे दौड़ी। बाबा थोड़ी ना कहते हमारे पीछे दौड़ के आओ, पब्लिक साफ मना करते, हमारे पीछे दौड़ने की जरूरत नहीं है, पब्लिक खुद भागी है उनके पीछे।
तो आप बाबा से कब से जुड़े हुए हो?
1-1.5 साल हो गए जब से जुड़े।
अच्छा, और इस बाबा के सत्संग में जाके मतलब ऐसा क्यों आप इनके सत्संग में गए, ऐसा क्या मिलता है आपको ये बाबा से जुड़े हुए रहकर? क्यों नहीं?
अच्छे रास्ते पे चलने के लिए बताते हैं।
अच्छा।
भाईचारा, बिल्कुल जात पात का कोई भेदभाव नहीं, अच्छे रास्ते पे चलने के लिए बताते हैं। ये सब हमारा जन्म हुआ किस लिए, हम करने क्या आए और कर क्या रहे हैं।
तो आपके अनुसार इस बाबा ये जो हादसा है, इस बाबा की कोई गलती है या नहीं?
नहीं, बाबा इसमें दोषी नहीं है।
बाबा इसमें दोषी नहीं है, परंतु जो पुलिस से हमें ये पता चल रहा है कि अनुमति सिर्फ 80,000 लोगों की आने की थी, बल्कि 2 लाख से भी ऊपर लोग वहाँ पर आ गए थे। तो इस विषय में फिर बाबा को लेकर के आपका क्या विचार है?
वो थोड़ी ना अलाउड करते हैं, लोग खुद ही आते हैं उनके पास, लोग वो थोड़ी ना कहते इतने लोग आओ हमारे पास।
All right. Meanwhile, the opposition continues to question the Yogi Adityanath government over serious administrative lapses. Let's listen in to what opposition leaders have said.
It was quietly an unfortunate incident. Leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha is planning to visit Hathras. He will go to the Hathras and he will interact with the people, those who are affected. Then official response will be there.
आप कब गए जब घटना हो गई? आपने उन्हीं जिम्मेदार अधिकारियों को पहले क्यों नहीं भेजा? क्यों नहीं भेजा आपने कि हाँ यहाँ पर इतना लोग इकट्ठे ना हो जाएं? आगे क्या जिम्मेदारी बनती थी? तो सरकार की जो जिम्मेदारी थी उस जिम्मेदारी से भाग नहीं सकती सरकार। देखिए, कॉन्स्पिरेसी तो नहीं हो सकती इसमें। कॉन्स्पिरेसी ये हो सकती कि सरकार उससे बचना चाहती हो, सरकार जिम्मेदारी से भागना चाहती हो।
Well, let's shift our focus to the big political development from Jharkhand. After getting regular bail in the money laundering case against him, Hemant Soren will once again take oath as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. The governor has invited him to take oath. That ceremony is likely to take place in a short while from now. Remember, Champai Soren was the interim Chief Minister, but ahead of elections in Jharkhand, which is scheduled to happen in a few months from now, Hemant Soren is going to be back at the helm of affairs. He's out on regular bail. He's going to take oath. What are the kind of reactions to this? What does it mean politically for the JMM going forward into the elections? We'll go across to Prabhakar, who joins us live at the moment for more. Prabhakar, break it down for us. When Hemant Soren was released on bail and he gave that interview to you, there were no signs in that interview that, he would perhaps want to, once again become Chief Minister ahead of the elections. Nothing of the tune was said at the moment, but a couple of days later, here we are. What's been the thinking behind this move? And more importantly, what's been the reaction within the JMM?
See, he neither denied it. If you remember, my question to him was whether he would consider taking over the chair, the chair of Chief Ministership of Jharkhand again. And he said that he has just been out on bail and he's meeting his party leaders and he would take a call on this. So he neither confirmed it nor denied it. Now remember, there was a meeting yesterday of the party leaders, of all the MLAs of JMM, also the India Alliance leaders and all the MLAs of the other parties, the other alliance partners of India Alliance. All of them were of the view that JMM would, and JMM especially Hemant Soren, has a very strong sympathy way in his favor, because the kind of verdict which the court gave, the court not only granted him a bail, but actually kind of came down heavily upon an enforcement directorate for fixing him in a case which was not appropriate, which was not strong enough, actually, a case against him. So they believe that Hemant Soren enjoyed that sympathy among voters, and that was reflected also in the Lok Sabha election results of Jharkhand, especially in the tribal belt. Jharkhand is a tribal state, Hemant is a tribal leader, and in all the tribal constituencies, the Lok Sabha constituencies, BJP lost and JMM stood victorious. So they believe that this is the time actually to encash it, and that's the reason why all the MLAs were of the view that he should not only take charge of the party affairs but also of the government. And Champai Soren was actually hinted that he should propose the name of Hemant Soren, which he reluctantly did, and finally had to step down, and Hemant would be swearing in as the Chief Minister for the third time.
It's interesting that you say there was a fair bit of reluctance, presumably some pushback from Champai Soren as well. He did run a stable government for the last 5 odd months that Hemant Soren was in jail. But ahead of the elections, it appears that it's not just the JMM but also allies that have thrown their weight behind Hemant Soren once again, Prabhakar.
Exactly, and Champai Soren was becoming popular day by day. See, Champai, the party leaders close to Champai Soren, they believe that Hemant should ideally, what he should have done is that he should have taken the party affairs, the command of the party affairs, and he should have let Champai Soren run the government. Champai Soren happens to be very close aide of Shibu Soren, the father of Hemant Soren. That's why Hemant Soren had a faith on him, and he chose Champai Soren's name to replace him when he was sent behind bars. But that did not happen. Somehow Hemant Soren decided to take command of both the affairs, and Champai Soren, as we are told, would be made the convener of the India Alliance in Jharkhand, which is more of a ceremonial phase. So Champai Soren would have to take a backseat. Now, what would be interesting to watch is whether the opposition leaders, that is the BJP there, they would try to encash it. They know very well that Champai Soren has reluctantly stepped down. He would be hurt. He would not be happy about it. So would they actually try and dent into JMM, try and poach Champai Soren on their side? If they are able to do that, that would be a big jolt actually to JMM.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out politically going forward in Jharkhand. Thanks very much, Prabhakar, for joining us with the very latest. With that, we're going to slip into a very short break, but we leave you with a programming note. As a part of the Samart by Hyundai initiative, tonight at 10:30 p.m, you can watch a very special documentary on Abhishek Chamoli, the athlete for whom no distance is too far.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device to play games, watch some content या phone पे बात कर लो या text कर लो. But you know what? There's a lot happening behind the scenes because this
And while the other big political focus story, there's no scope of an alliance between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party ahead of assembly polls in Haryana and Delhi. But the India bloc will fight elections together in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. This is what the Congress General Secretary Jairam Ramesh has said. So no alliance with Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi or Haryana. Remember, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party fought together in the Lok Sabha polls, both in Delhi and in Haryana. There was no alliance in Punjab. The India bloc will stick together collectively for the Maharashtra and Jharkhand polls, but selectively not stay together for certain polls. How is this going to go down in the state elections? How does this play out politically? It's going to be very interesting to see. But first, let's listen into what Jairam Ramesh said.
पंजाब में इंडिया जनबंधन नहीं है। हरियाणा में एक सीट हमने इंडिया आम आदमी पार्टी को दिया था, पर मैं नहीं समझता हूं कि इंडिया जनबंधन वहां बरकरार रहेगा। ये चुनाव विधानसभा झारखंड के विधानसभा चुनाव के लिए बरकरार रहेगा, महाराष्ट्र के विधानसभा के चुनाव के लिए बरकरार रहेगा। और जहां जहां राज्यों में परिस्थितियां ऐसी हैं जहां वहां के नेता, वहां के हमारे जो पार्टियां हैं जहां चाहती हैं गठबंधन हो, वो गठबंधन रहेगा। महाराष्ट्र में गठबंधन है शिवसेना और एनसीपी के साथ, जेएमएम में गठबंधन है, झारखंड में जेएमएम के साथ गठबंधन है। तो जहां जहां हमारे नेता और अलग अलग पार्टियां चाहती हैं गठबंधन हो, गठबंधन हो।
Sunil Prabhu joins us live with the very latest. Sunil, this is a very interesting development ahead of the polls, given the fact that the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, or rather the India Alliance, fought together in Delhi and in Haryana in the Lok Sabha elections. The two parties, of course, fought separately in Punjab. Now, Jairam Ramesh, they're making it very clear there's going to be no India Alliance in the state elections in Haryana or Delhi, but the alliance will fight together when it comes to Maharashtra and Jharkhand.
That's right. I think the experiment with the Aam Aadmi Party hasn't worked. If you saw in Delhi, there was no joint campaign between Arvind Kejriwal and Rahul Gandhi. And now that the AAP leaders, most of them are behind bars, I think the Congress realizing that there hasn't been a lot of bonhomie between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. And that's the experiment they've seen in Haryana. In Haryana, in fact, the party is under the control of Mr. Hooda, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, who's the former chief minister. And it's in that context that he has been calling the shots, and they understand that they have a fighting chance to win in the state. And with so many claimants for the post, it will be difficult to accommodate the Aam Aadmi Party. But as you rightly pointed out, the India Alliance, or for that matter, it's known as MVA in Maharashtra, will continue. The alliance with the JMM will continue in Jharkhand, because if there's any lesson that has been learned, Rishika, in the last Lok Sabha elections in 2024, for the Congress, it's been to have statewide alliances which will have a national impact. Yes, Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal and Mr. Karge, despite the many differences from their state units, decided to go ahead with that alliance, but it hasn't paid dividend, and that's why both sides having called off their alliance, both in Delhi first by Aam Aadmi Party, and now the Congress calling it off in the state of Haryana.
All right. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how the India bloc then responds to the charge that is often leveled by the BJP, which is that this is an alliance of convenience. It's going to be interesting to see how they counter that, because there's selective alliances in certain elections, selective alliances in certain states and geographies. It's going to be interesting to see how they fight the perception of that, Sunil.
About winnability. It's about it's about the fact that who can work together.
Yes.
There is one and overall perspective. It was critical that the India bloc worked together even after its chief architect Nitish Kumar left the alliance. So it's this in that context that they are looking at everybody working together. But now, of course, 2024 is the Lok Sabha polls is over. The verdict has come. They need to ensure that they win state elections. The Congress is taking this gamble because they don't feel that the Aam Aadmi Party will give them enough of dividends at the state level.
All right. Well, in fact, let's just shift our focus, Sunil, to the other big political development that we're tracking at the moment. Hemant Soren is going to be taking oath as Chief Minister of Jharkhand once again. We are learning at the moment that he is meeting Shibu Soren. All right. So Hemant Soren is going to be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand once again. He is meeting the party patriarch and his father. Hemant Soren is meeting his father Shibu Soren there. He is, of course, going to be seeking his father's blessings. Presumably, that is happening at the Raj Bhavan, if I'm not wrong. But we'll try and get Prabhakar in for more information on this story. Hemant Soren is going to be sworn in as the Chief Minister once again, just ahead of the elections in Jharkhand. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out and what happens in the future. But Hemant Soren has arrived at the Raj Bhavan. He is sitting alongside party patriarch and his father, Shibu Soren. This as Hemant Soren is all set to take oath as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand once again. Party patriarch of the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, Shibu Soren there, who is in fact sitting right next to Hemant Soren as he is set to take oath again. He's out on regular bail in the money laundering case against him. When he walked out of jail, many had speculated that Hemant Soren would be eyeing the post of Chief Minister once again. He, of course, in that interview to NDTV didn't confirm or deny, but at that moment it didn't appear that he would want to take oath as Chief Minister again, given the fact that the elections are due in Jharkhand in a few months from now. Let's go right across to NDTV's Prabhakar joining us live with the very latest. Prabhakar, Hemant Soren all set to take oath as the Jharkhand Chief Minister. Champai Soren has resigned. And, these are interesting developments taking place just ahead of the election.
Yeah, very interesting. And it started playing out since yesterday when there was a meeting of India Alliance leader at the residence of the Chief Minister, Champai Soren, where all the MLAs had gathered. And till then, there was a confusion prevailing whether Champai Soren would be removed or would be asked to step down and Hemant Soren would take over as the Chief Minister. But yesterday, during the meeting, most of the MLAs, not only of JMM, but also of the India Alliance partners like Congress and left MLAs, they were of the view that Champai should be replaced and Hemant should take the charge, not only of the party affairs, but also of the government. And remember, Jharkhand is a poll-bound state. 6 months down the line, you have the elections over there. The JMM believes that Hemant Soren, because he was sent into the jail for 5 to 6 months on a very flimsy ground, and the way the court had come down heavily on Enforcement Directorate while granting him bail. So they believe that there's a sympathy wave in his favor, and it's the right time actually to encash him. That's the reason why all the MLAs were of the view that he should be made the face of JMM or face of India Alliance as far as Jharkhand is concerned. And yesterday in a meeting it was decided, most of the MLAs were of the view that he should take charge as the Chief Minister as well. And till yesterday, the confusion prevailed. If you remember, NDTV had an exclusive chit-chat with Hemant Soren, the only chit-chat rather, when he walked out of the jail. It was done 3 to 4 days back. And when we asked him the question whether he would take charge as the Chief Minister and would like to replace Champai Soren, he was non-committal on this. He neither confirmed it nor denied it. he said that he would, it's too early to make a comment on that, and he would actually discuss this with his party leaders. As of now, he is busy meeting his party workers who were worried when he was behind bars. But during the yesterday meeting, this entire thing, this entire support which was there in his favor, that actually not only Hemant Soren came as a shot in arm for Hemant Soren, but also Champai Soren reluctantly decided to tender his resignation, and he went ahead to propose Hemant Soren's name, Hemant Soren, as his replacement before Jharkhand goes to poll.
Thank you very much, Prabhakar, for joining us with that update. We'll, of course, continue to track the details of all those developments from Jharkhand. Very interesting. Father Shibu Soren there accompanying Hemant Soren as he takes oath of as Chief Minister after coming out on bail. With that, we're going to slip into a very short break. We'll bring you more news on the other side.
It's the most consequential British general election for a generation. Will 14 years of Conservative rule come to an end in the United Kingdom? Is the UK likely to get a new Prime Minister? Will the Tories suffer a total wipeout and head towards electoral extinction? Will the Labour Party clinch an unprecedented victory? Stay tuned for comprehensive, non-stop live updates on the NDTV network.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
With Starmer headed for supermajority, is Labour 2.0 good news for India? India gets on the AI highway. Are Hezbollah and Israel ready for war? All this and more with me, Gauri Dwivedi, only on India Ascents.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates.
Welcome back. In a short while from now, Team India is expected to land in Mumbai, and it's literally raining on Team India's parade with heavy rains at several parts in Mumbai, including Marine Drive, where that grand roadshow is going to pass. So the proverbial red carpet has been laid out. The rain gods are also celebrating Team India's victory. Rika, she's Rika Roy with us in the studios. Rika, we've been tracking Team India all day today. It's a grand day of celebration. Look at the streets in Mumbai. Traffic nightmare. Let's also say that at the very outset. So if you're planning to step out, unless it's to celebrate with Team India, you're better off staying at home, especially if you live in any part of South Mumbai today.
Well,
but it's
good to be back after a break and good to see what's happening in Mumbai. One can see streets lined up with people as the champions are touching down Delhi, touching down Mumbai minutes from now. But what's interesting, you mentioned about the rain. Rain has been following India right from their start of the World Cup. There has been rain in early stages of the World Cup. There have been rain in the later stages of the World Cup. The World Cup final just got done and then rains began. Indian team was held up in the West Indies due to Hurricane Beryl. So rain and storm has followed Team India all along, and I
have to say Mumbai rains need no cue from any hurricane.
Yeah.
And I think Mumbaikars, to be fair, are also quite adept to celebrating irrespective of the weather. So I don't think rain is going to play dampener. Look at those visuals, Rika. I mean, this is the true spirit of celebration on the streets. I think these are visuals that are coming in from Marine Drive. This is where the entire road show is going to pass through. It's starting at Nariman Point, culminating at Wankhede Stadium.
And it looks like a proper festival day.
Let's just try and listen in for a moment to that celebration there. The whole and whatnot. So I don't know, raining or not anymore. It was raining just a short bit ago. Our colleague Radhika Ramaswamy, who's at the Wankhede Stadium, sent us a couple of videos. We'll try and put those out as well of the fact that it's raining.
There's josh, there's vigor among people who have come to celebrate the success of Team India. And in a short while from now, Team India will be seen on an open-top bus being wheeled across the Marine Drive along this route where people have lined up. Rishika, if I correctly remember, 2007, the day India had come back after winning the first T20 World Cup, MS Dhoni's team, it was raining that day as well. And people out there on the streets had queued up with multiple umbrellas.
Like we are seeing right now.
Like this almost. And all the players, all the fans, all the reporters, everyone out there were drenched, and nobody bothered about getting drenched. And I think a similar sight is to play out this afternoon, this evening, when Team India goes down this route, the 1 kilometer route, which they're expected to travel not very soon, but in 2 hours, because there will be fans and they are going to be celebrating this moment with the fans. Let's just listen in to some of the fans who are there already at the Marine Drive.
पुणे से आप यहाँ पर आप बारिश के बीच खड़े क्या कहेंगे इंडिया टीम? बारिश रहो, तूफान रहो या कुछ भी रहो, हम 11 साल से इस मूवमेंट का इंतजार कर रहे थे, और वो मूवमेंट अभी कुछ देर में रोहित शर्मा उसकी टीम के साथ पूरा वानखेड़े स्टेडियम में आ रहा है। इसकी बारिश आए, तूफान आए, हम इधर से हिलेंगे नहीं, इधर ही रहेंगे। इतना जोश है, इतना जुनून है, इतने दूर से आए हैं हम सिर्फ रोहित शर्मा और उसकी टीम को देखने के लिए। क्या नाम है आपका?
ऋतुजा।
कहाँ से आई हैं?
मुंबई।
टीम इंडिया आज वानखेड़े स्टेडियम आ रही है। भारत ने T20 वर्ल्ड कप जीत लिया है, क्या कहेंगे?
हम लोग को सबसे ज्यादा खुशी हो रही है कि इंडिया वर्ल्ड कप फिर से ट्रॉफी लेके इंडिया में आ रहा है। स्पेशली मुंबई में हम वो मोमेंट एंजॉय करने के लिए यहाँ पे आए हैं।
बारिश के बीच आप लोग खड़े हैं, कितना उत्साह है?
बहुत ज्यादा, देख सकते हैं आप, सब लोग इतने खुश है कि बारिश में भी कोई कहीं गया नहीं है, सब लोग एंजॉय कर रहे हैं। मैंने डांस भी किया।
Scenes from Marine Drive. Let's go over to our colleague Anuj, who's at the Mumbai airport, Chhatrapati Shivaji International Airport, where the Indian cricket team is expected to touch down any moment. Anuj, if you can hear us from the studio, tell us if the Indian team's flight has landed or it's expected anytime soon.
Well, all right, we seem to have lost that line, Rika. We'll try and reconnect with Anuj in just a bit. But I wanted to ask you, are you tracking the flight again like you were last night?
Rishika, I have tracked the flight whole of last night. I haven't had a wink. So this flight I decided not to track because it's a domestic flight. It's going to get there when it gets there, and it's going to get there soon. Delhi-Bombay isn't really as long a distance as the 14,000 plus kilometers they traversed
as Bridgetown Delhi was. But no, it's going to be, I think those are live visuals that we're getting at the moment. If we can just replay those shots. Those are live visuals that we're getting from the airport as well, where fans have queued up. So it's not just, okay, that's the bus, the Champions 2024 special bus. I think some final touches of paint or whatever being done or being cleaned at the
It's probably a best bus.
Yes, so it's one of those buses that's been modified. It's an open top bus. So if it's raining at the moment, well then, it's going to be one of those rain celebrations in the rain. I believe Anuj is back with us on the broadcast. He's reporting live from the Chhatrapati Shivaji International Airport in Mumbai. Anuj, what's happening there? Has the team landed? What's the kind of mood at the airport?
Well, the team hasn't landed yet. The team is supposed to be, will probably land here just after 5, but As you can see around me, the mood here is ecstatic. The people here are coming in large numbers, and they've been here not just like now, which is 1 hour before the team been here, but since last 2 or 3 hours. And mind you, this is the parking area, which is not very easily accessible to normal people. But they've made it a point to come here to see their heroes, to see their loved ones, and they've made themselves stand in a queue, as you can see here. These are all fans who've been standing here for long time. There is no place to sit here. There is no place for them to rest. But they're all standing, chanting their favorite player's name from time and time again. And they're just waiting for a glimpse of that magical team which has won them a World Cup after the wait of 11 long years, an ICC trophy after a wait of 11 long years, and also to get a glimpse of that beautiful ICC trophy. You see people are here in large numbers. They are standing here tirelessly. The police security is on point here. They've made sure that all the arrangements have been made for the team to move from the airport to the marine lines, where the team will be taken in a special bus with, of course, a police escort. They'll try to ease out the traffic as much as they can. Of course, they can't completely make sure that there are no other vehicles, but they'll try to ease out the traffic as much as they can. And from there, the parade will start. There are also visuals coming from marine lines and Wankhede Stadium, where we can see that people are getting into those stadiums, are entering the places. The Churchgate railway station is completely filled with people, and this is still before the team has landed in Mumbai, mind you. But the atmosphere in Mumbai, which was quite normal since the morning, has picked up the pace since last 1 or 2 hours, and we can see people standing here in large numbers. We'd like to talk to a few of the fans. We've done that before, but we'd like to get their point of view of why they've come here so early.
I have a question. Anuj, Rika here from the studio. For the benefit of our viewers, can you please tell us if the entire schedule of Team India has now been delayed, because the team was to reach Mumbai by 4 o'clock. You're saying that they won't reach until 5. Then has it been delayed? Has the entire schedule been delayed by an hour or so?
From what I understand here, that is from the airport, is the fact that the team will only be here just after 5. Which means that the schedule might be pushed away by at least an hour, which was on expected lines. I was interacting with the police officers before, and they had kept a plus minus 1 hour, kind of a fluid timing as far as the team's program was concerned. And the people don't seem to mind it. But yes, the program has been pushed away by a little. The team was supposed to be here in 5, and the police officers said that they would go from here to the NCPA. That is a place in Marine Lives where the parade is supposed to start in half an hour to 45 minutes. So if everything went well, the parade was to start at 4:45 p.m. But we already know that it is already 4:45 p.m. and the team hasn't even landed in the city yet. So it will take some time. The program has been delayed by a bit, and that is probably something that people across the board, people even in Wankhede Stadium, have been made aware of us through the help of the police officers or the local officials present there.
Well, if you look at what's happening in Marine Drive, Anuj, they're not complaining of any delays. People are just so happy, and the celebrations have already begun in anticipation of the team's arrival. So like you said, the mood is electric, and I don't think the delay is something that people actually are even caring about at the moment. But give us a sense of what's the mood at the airport, because from what you're saying, there are a lot of people who've gathered at the airport as well to welcome the team to Mumbai. What are these people saying? How long have they been waiting for, and what's dragged them to the airport?
सर आप कब से रुके हो यहाँ पे? अभी हमने देखा कि टीम यहाँ पे 4 बजे आने वाली थी, बट वो शेड्यूल 1 घंटा आगे पुश हो गया।
मैं 1 बजे से आया हूँ।
आप 1 बजे से?
1 बजे से आया हूँ।
मेरा फ्लाइट इधर 3:30 बजे को लैंड हुआ, तब से मैं इधर ही हूँ।
Oh, you've been here? Yeah. So you see, people have been here since. Some of them have come here at 1 p.m. Some of them have been here since their flight landed. बताइए कि आपका यहाँ आने का सबसे बड़ा ऑफ कोर्स कारण है कि टीम इंडिया को देखना एंड ऑल, बट हाउ स्पेशल इज दिस मोमेंट फॉर यू? राइट, यू won a trophy after so long.
It's a tribute to our stars, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Ravindra Jadeja, who have retired from T20 internationals, and probably this is their last hurrah, and they have won the trophy. And it's an immense pleasure. Actually, I've come from USA, and I'm here just to witness this moment. Tomorrow is my flight, but it's okay. I'm just here to watch them, and I'm a huge Rahul Dravid fan as well. And if he also comes here, it's just an added bonus. It's just like amazing to be here in this moment.
सर आप बताइए कि आपके लिए ये पूरा क्रिकेट का वर्ल्ड कप का सफर कैसा रहा है, कि आप कितने एक्साइटेड हो ये पूरा वर्ल्ड कप सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए टीम के साथ, जो कि अभी हमारे शहर में?
बहुत एक्साइटेड हैं और बहुत खुशी है कि टीम इंडिया T20 वर्ल्ड कप जीत के आ रही है। 2023 का ठीक है, वो ओडीआई वाली नहीं जीत तो कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन T20 जीत के ये खुशी। अभी हमको चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी की तैयारी करना है, वो भी जीतना है और पाकिस्तान में हिंदुस्तान का झंडा लहरा के आना है।
सर आप बताइए कि 2023 में हम लोग वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल हारे, उसके बाद बहुत सारे लोग इस चीज को एक मरहम की तरह देखते हैं जो कि हमारे जख्मों पे लगाया गया। सो व्हाट डू यू फील अबाउट दैट, राइट? हैज दिस विक्ट्री काइंड ऑफ हेल्प्ड द इंडियन फैंस कम आउट ऑफ दैट डिफीट?
Of course, 100%. I think November 19th was a nightmare for all of us. Team India is definitely the strongest team which is going on right now. And for them to get defeated in the ODIs was a gut-wrenching feeling.
I'm going to have to interrupt this conversation, as heartening it is to see the visuals from Marine Drive in Mumbai Airport. We're going to come right back to it, but we're quickly going to update our viewers of another crucial development that's happening in Jharkhand. Hemant Soren, out on bail, is taking oath as the Chief Minister once again. Remember, Hemant Soren was released a couple of days ago. He's out on bail in money laundering charges. He was in jail for over 5 months, during which Champai Soren was at the helm of affairs. But ahead of elections in Jharkhand, many had thought that Hemant Soren would play organizational role with Champai Soren in the Chief Minister's chair, but that's not to be it. Hemant Soren is taking oath as Chief Minister once again, and we are in fact getting you those live visuals at the moment from the Raj Bhavan in Ranchi, and Hemant Soren all set to take oath. His father, the party patriarch of the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, Shibu Soren, is also present at the oath-taking ceremony. You just saw the visuals of that. So Hemant Soren, out on bail, is going to take charge as the Chief Minister once again after that hiatus of about 5 months when he was in jail. Many say that this has come as a surprise. Many say that Champai Soren was reluctant to give up the Chief Minister's chair. He ran a stable government. Champai Soren, however, met the governor to submit his resignation after the coalition's 45 MLAs elected Hemant as their leader once again.
मैं हेमंत सोरेन सत्य निष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञा करता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता एवं अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं झारखंड राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं हेमंत सोरेन सत्यनिष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञा करता हूं कि जो विषय झारखंड राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मैं कर्तव्यों के समय निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
Right across to NDTV's Prabhakar tracking the details of the story. Prabhakar, Hemant Soren back in the Chief Minister's chair after 45 MLAs backed him. Champai Soren is out. Very interesting political developments ahead of elections in Jharkhand towards the latter part of this year.
Yeah, very interesting and very significant, and it's official now. Hemant Soren becomes the Chief Minister of Jharkhand for the 3rd time, and politically very important, very significant, because Jharkhand happens to be a poll-bound state, and all the parties, including JMM, they have already gotten into the election mode. It was earlier expected that after walking free out of jail, Hemant Soren would actually take charge of the party, his political party, that is Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, and prepare the party for the upcoming polls. But now he's actually donning 2 hats. He's there in charge of the government as well, and also he is the man in charge of the party. Champai Soren he has been replaced, and Champai Soren would now be appointed the convener of the India Alliance parties in Jharkhand, which is more of a ceremonial post, I would say, because all the major decisions, the political decisions, would actually be taken by Hemant Soren himself. Remember, Champai Soren is a very old hand as far as Jharkhand and the JMM is concerned, and Champai Soren happens to be a very close aide, very close friend of Hemant Soren's father, Sibu Soren. That's the reason why Champai Soren was chosen. He was trusted by Hemant Soren, and he was the guy who was chosen when ED actually decided to send him behind bars and the court ordered his arrest. So Champai Soren was the guy who was chosen among the entire lot. But while Champai Soren was running the government there in Ranchi, it was Kalpana Soren, Hemant Soren's wife actually, who was calling the shots. So Champai Soren was not very comfortable as a chief minister in taking major decisions. He had to consult Kalpana as well. And Kalpana, remember, was a housewife till yesterday, but now she's a MLA. There was a by-election and she has won that MLA. She has won that seat, so she's technically one of the MLAs of JMM. Now, yesterday when the meeting happened at Champai Soren's residence, the official residence of Chief Minister, where not only all the MLAs of JMM were there, but also the MLAs of the alliance partners of India Alliance, they were all there. And most of the MLAs were of the view that Hemant Soren should be made the face of India Alliance in Jharkhand, for a very simple reason, that they all believe that he has a sympathy wave in his favor. The way he was sent behind bars, the way court not only granted him bail, but actually came down heavily on enforcement directorate and kind of called it a very weak case against him, and that actually encouraged Hemant Soren and his supporters to come in the forefront. Hemant Soren will now be the man on whose face the entire India Alliance would contest the post of Jharkhand, and he is the man who would actually run the show both at the government and then the political party that is JMM. So very important, very significant day it is, and Champai Soren is the man to watch for, because the opposition parties over there, which is primarily BJP, they would certainly be fishing for him. They know that he's an unhappy man. He had to reluctantly step down, and so he's the guy, actually, he's a weak link in JMM as of now. He would not be happy that he was asked to step down, so they would start fishing for him. They would start actually trying to rope him on their side, and that effort has already started, we are told. You can see the ex-post of most of the BJP leaders of JMM, BJP leaders of Jharkhand, and they are already showing their sympathy for Champai Soren, saying that he has been insulted and he has been ill-treated by JMM, by Hemant Soren, and he should have been allowed to continue as the chief minister. So these political gimmicks would continue, and it would be very interesting to watch as to how Champai Soren behaves in days to come.
All right, well, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out politically, and very interesting that Prabhakar is also saying that Champai Soren, the man who Hemant Soren entrusted with the Chief Minister's chair while the 5 months he was in jail, is going to be the interesting man to watch out for. He was reluctant to vacate the Chief Minister's chair once again for Hemant Soren. How this plays out politically within the JMM going forward into the elections is also going to be very interesting to see. Thanks very much, Prabhakar, for joining us. Hemant Soren back in the Chief Minister's chair ahead of polls in Jharkhand after a 5-month hiatus while he was behind bars on money laundering charges, out on regular bail within less than a week. He has once again taken oath as Chief Minister. With that, we're going to slip into a very short break. We'll bring you a lot more on the other side. Remember, just shortly after 5 p.m. is when Team India is expected to land in Mumbai. We'll get you all the latest action from there as well. But before we slip into that break, a short programming note. As part of Samaj by Hyundai initiative tonight at 10:30 p.m., you can watch a very special documentary on Abhishek Chamoli, the athlete for whom no distance is too far.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola. Read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
thronging the Marine Drive on their way to the Wankhede Stadium. And on the other side, security arrangements made for the champions at the Mumbai airport, where we are expecting them to come out any moment. It's 6 o'clock. Already, in fact, the program being delayed by an hour, more than an hour, in fact. And once the team boards that bus and moves towards these crowds, it's going to be party on the streets of Mumbai once again. Rika, my colleague, also with us. Rika, how heartening to see these visuals. Yes, it would have been great if it was not raining. Yes, it would have been great if it was, a sunny evening or an afternoon. But having said all that, there will be generations of cricketers, those who are going to be enthused by this.
I'll tell you, this is a country of young people.
Yeah.
And you see most of these people who have lined up the streets of Mumbai today are Gen Z.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have had the memory of India's 2007 win or 2011 win. For them, first-time voters, the biggest memory of an Indian cricket team winning would be this one.
Absolutely.
Rohit Sharma's team winning the World Cup. And this country of 1.4 billion people, if there is one religion and only one religion that unites everyone, that's cricket. And that is exactly what you are seeing at Marine Drive right now, outside on the Marine Drive and inside the Wankhede Stadium. Few months ago, Hardik Pandya, the captain of Mumbai Indians, who was booed by the Mumbai fans, now is being cheered because of his performance in the World Cup. He emerges as the most valuable player in the tournament, and the Mumbai crowd is getting behind him, is cheering for him today inside the Wankhede Stadium. But I must say that the wait is going to be very, very, very long for these fans, because first the Indian team is going to hop onto a bus, go to Marine Drive. That was expected to happen at 4 o'clock. Now it's already 6. And from there, they will hoist onto that open-top bus, and that will pierce through this stretch, the Queen's Necklace, which will lead them to Wankhede Stadium. So it is going to, the whole process is going to take fairly long. The fans will get a longer view of their of the Indian cricket team. But you see how many people have been united by that one passion, cricket.
Absolutely.
And it's a generational thing, But I don't remember 1983, how it was celebrated.
That's true.
But I remember 2007, similar scenes played out on the streets of Mumbai when MS Dhoni and his team came back with that shining silverware from South Africa. They were also on an open-top bus like this. It was around afternoon, early morning. It went on for about 5-6 hours, early morning to late afternoon. And, the common link between that team and this team is Rohit Sharma, by the way.
That's true. Absolutely. Rohit Sharma, in fact, played in both those T20 World Cup teams, and now captaining the team and winning this World Cup. Let me very quickly go across to our colleague Anuj, who is joining us from the airport. Anuj, fans are waiting, and may I say impatiently at this moment, all across the streets of Mumbai. What's the update? When are the champions coming out?
Quite impatiently. Yes, they're waiting quite impatiently, and as you can see, every passing minute, the number of people who are thronging to that area, which is just a glass wall separating the outside area to the inner part of the airport, is increasing. Okay, you see the mobile phone screens going up, which suggests that the cricketers are somewhere to be seen inside. There's a huge amount of people. Of course, a lot of people were expected to be here, but considering that this is an underground parking area, of course, this is a P4 parking area of the Mumbai airport. No one, I think, imagined that these many people would make it. Of course, Marine Drive is the place where everyone is expected to be, but not quite here. As you can see, it is even hard to step a feet. When you look at the area close to the entrance. The buses are ready. The buses have been ready from last half an hour. And as we've been telling the viewers, that the program has already been delayed by quite a considerable amount of time. And meanwhile, there have been several false alarms as well, to which fans have just cheered and cheered all their way through. But if you see around me, nothing seems to deter them. Nothing. No. Of course, they are extremely impatient to get a glimpse of their favorite cricketers, and of course, a trophy which has been a dream for them since close to more than a decade. but they're completely ready to forgive everything. They are here waiting with their phone screens up, just wanting to see what their stars look like in real life. Of course, we know that the cricketers in India have an extremely, very private and a secrecy-driven life. So it's not always that they get to see these stars on a daily basis like these. And especially seeing them when they've been victorious and have ended a hiatus of close to 11 years for an ICC trophy is a great occasion in itself. And this tournament, it was special for several reasons. It has a story attached to all the 11 players and of course Rahul Dravid playing in it. Rohit Sharma has been one of the greatest T20 captains the world has ever seen, but without an international title. Virat Kohli had all the titles in the world except for the World T20. Of course, as you guys were discussing in the studio, it was Hardik Pandya's redemption. You see, it is quite poetic for him to go on that victory parade here in the city of Mumbai. This is the same city, mind you, which booed him for all the 7 to 8 matches that he played and treated him with a huge amount of disrespect. He took all of it in his stride with a smile on his face, and now he ends up his campaign by being one of the most important players, if not the most important player for India in this World Cup winning campaign. Of course, there is the beautiful story of Rishabh Pant, who met with one of the most deadliest accidents for any cricketers to experience not too long ago. Back after that, he just didn't stand on his feet, but gave India a popular victory. You can see the cheers are going up again, and then they go down. They just feel that the stars, the cricketers will make their way out. But there's probably some sort of formality or some sort of delay that has been caused inside, which is making all of them restless. You can see many of these are actually passengers, they're travelers, right? They've come here to board the flights, and many of them have left the flights, but they are refusing to go outside the airport. They just want to be here to get even a little of the glimpse as they can of their favorite cricketers.
People even willing to, in fact, leave their flights to catch a glimpse of the World Cup winning heroes. I just wonder, when 2007 MS Dhoni team did that, wonder how many young people, those who were watching it today, are of course in the team, and how many more who have been watching this World Cup victory will tomorrow propel India's charge in the world cricket. But let me very quickly go across, in fact, at this moment from Wankhede, from the airport, in fact, just catch your breath, and let me take you to Wankhede Stadium, where the action is going to be finally after the victory parade. It will be at the Wankhede Stadium, where the felicitation ceremony is going to take place. My colleague Radhika now joins us from there. Radhika, while we wait, give our viewers a sense of the atmosphere in Wankhede. It's free for all. Not many still been able to go inside.
Ankit, what we are facing here are unfortunately jammers and bandwidth issue, which is why we are not able to show you the enthusiastic crowd. We did try to show the last couple of segments, but then, of course, the jammers intensified in many inside Wankhede premises. I have some of the fans here who were inside, and now they are sitting here for the last 4 p.m. when they allowed entry from multiple gates inside Wankhede. And sometime back, I did show you the podium. It was full. It has a capacity of 35,000 people.
Well, I think she's having trouble in broadcasting from the Wankhede Stadium. Understandably, there are 35,000 people inside, and I believe lakhs of people outside on the Queen's Necklace. There will be issues with the bandwidth, and you know, it has been an issue at honestly broadcasting from the Wankhede Stadium. I was there outside the Wankhede Stadium during the final of 2011 World Cup, and I also had the same issue.
What a memory it was.
Yeah, and 2011, as I was telling Tonima a little while ago, we had similar visuals, we had similar scenes, and when Indian team won the World Cup, after MS Dhoni hit the last ball, I ran out of the Wankhede Stadium with my camera person. He said, "You can't walk tonight, you have to run with the crowd to be able to reach the hotel before the team reaches."
Yeah.
We ran from there almost 1.5 kilometers into, longer than 1.5 kilometers into Taj Kolaba, and found a route to get into the hotel before the team came. And that's how we did multiple interviews with MS Dhoni, Yuvraj Singh, Sachin Tendulkar. Those are the memories that are coming back to me.
These are the perks of the job. I mean, you remember what you did on the World Cup final victory day 2011, many good 2007.
Ankit, I would say that I am paid to do what people pay to do.
What all these fans would die to do for, I mean, they would want to get into the hotel.
And I'm blessed that way, that I'm paid to do what people pay to do.
Absolutely.
Watch the Indian cricket team.
Yeah, 2011, I remember the World Cup final. We were, in fact, I was positioned as a rookie reporter in Delhi. And we were watching it on a giant screen, and then the crowd erupted. And for hours and hours...
You can tell us what happened in Delhi, because I don't know what happened in Delhi.
I mean, for hours and hours, it was party on the streets. You couldn't go from one place to another. The cars were completely on a standstill. Those scenes are unforgettable. And for many, there will be scenes that they will never forget in their lives as they are part of this victory celebration today. Nothing binds this country together like cricket. I mean, this is the time when everybody, you forget your struggles, you forget your pains, you forget your problems, and the only thing that you're thinking at this moment.
You will probably forget the struggles in Mumbai local train.
Absolutely.
Tonight, I mean, I don't know what will be the
if people are willing to lose their flights, if they're not missing their flights, then I'm sure...
And those pictures from Churchgate Station that our colleague Abhiraj sent, looks more like a stampede situation. It's so many
thousands of people,
thousands of people rushing towards Wankhede Stadium. And you know, when we talk about role modeling, this is such an important event as such, because we all say when you see him, you be him, or you see her, you be her.
Yeah.
When youngsters today are going to see these heroes at the Wankhede Stadium, that is going to sow seeds of aspiration.
Absolutely.
In so many of them to become what these men are today, and it's going to have a trickle-down effect.
Okay, so what we are going to do, we will show you some lovely visuals, ladies and gentlemen. So usually when a new aircraft is bought, something new happens, then there is a water cannon salute that is given. What we were told is that there are some visuals, in fact, of the plane of the Team India when it landed at the Mumbai International Airport, Shivaji International Airport. The water cannon salute was given to that aircraft as well. We'll get you those visuals in just a short while from now. So it is delayed, but anticipation at this moment of watching the heroes bringing back, like Rika was saying, 1983 probably propelled the dreams of people like, you know, Sachin Tendulkar's and the Vinod Kamblis, and then of course 2007 of people those who have possibly played many of in the current cricket team as well. 2011, what a landmark it was. 2 one-day international World Cups, 3 T20 World Cups, and those are the shots from the Mumbai International Aircraft where Team India has been given a water cannon salute as their plane landed on the tarmac there. What a way to celebrate our champions, and of course inspires millions, those who in fact see a future for themselves in the game, in the sport of cricket. Rika, you know, as we see these visuals, I mean, Rohit Sharma, fantastic captain, what a knock throughout, the way he batted throughout this tournament. India unbeaten throughout the tournament. Virat Kohli, legend, and of course Jadeja. There will be, of course, other opportunities for them, but T20 International, this is the last time that the fans would be, in fact, witnessing this kind of a historic moment.
Absolutely. And you know, what is sweeter for Rohit Sharma is he's a local boy.
Yeah.
So many of them, Rohit Sharma, Surya Kumar Yadav, and youngster Shivam Dubey, they're all part of this T20 World Cup winning team. They're all from Mumbai. And Virat Kohli these days, of course, he lives in Mumbai. That's his adopted city. So, you know, the Mumbaikars will be paying an extra special tribute to all these boys who are either from Mumbai or have made Mumbai their home. And as you rightly asked, this T20 World Cup is going to cause a generational shift. We know that Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Ravindra Jadeja, all of them have decided to quit international T20 games, which means that come next World Cup, which is in 2026 in India, they will not be seen as a part of the team. Of course, they will be in playing in IPL for a few more years. They will be a part of India's white ball outfit in ODIs. Next year is the Champions Trophy, which will be in Pakistan. We, of course, have to wait and see if Indian team travels to Pakistan after a very long time. Again, they haven't gone to Pakistan since 2007, if I correctly remember. That was the last time. That was the tour that got cancelled. The previous one had happened.
Right.
And then the World Cup in 2027. We'll have to wait and see whether Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma will have it in them to continue for that long. But for now, this will remain their biggest memory together. This is a generation that has brought in new fans, I would say, to the turnstile of sport.
Absolutely.
And this is the social media generation. You know, Kapil Dev was a big star. Sunil Gavaskar was a big star in his own era. Mahendra Singh Dhoni, a bigger star, I would say, than the two I spoke about. And that's because of the invasion of media in the age that each of them have been in.
Right.
That has kind of catapulted their stardom, I would say.
It's fantastic to see these visuals of the grand welcome that the heroes have received at the Mumbai airport. And now from the water salute, there are so many fans waiting to salute their favorite cricketers. Cricket, nothing, as I said, binds India together like the game of cricket. These are lovely visuals of the aircraft being given the water salute there. But Rika, as we see these visuals, the celebration, the party on the streets of Mumbai at this moment, has already begun, waiting for the stars to come. Do you think that this also, in a way, is going to be cathartic for Hardik Pandya, the man who, in the last IPL season, faced the most number of boos, if I may call it, especially at the home ground of Mumbai? This will also be a change of sort of, passing on the baton from Rohit Sharma to Hardik Pandya, with the city accepting it.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether Rohit Sharma is going to pass on the baton to Hardik Pandya, whether Hardik Pandya will become the next T20 captain. There are, of course, other claimants as well. But yes, it is cathartic for Pandya, given the fact that he was subject to a lot of, criticism, and I would say for no fault of his. He was made the captain by a franchise, that's private cricket, and it's whatever happens in a corporate space, maybe another person is not really directly responsible for that. And despite not being responsible, Hardik Pandya had to face a lot of criticism, the wrath of the angry Mumbai fans, and it will be cathartic for him. It will be cathartic for Rohit Sharma. It wasn't easy for Rohit Sharma to go through these 7 months after having lost the Cricket World Cup in India, in Ahmedabad against Australia when they lost that final. It was heartbreaking for all these boys. Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, they had put all 100% of themselves into making this team and trying to get to that stage. They were unbeaten through the tournament. Think about Mohammad Shami today. He was one of the biggest stars of that World Cup. Mohammad Shami is injured today. He's probably sitting home and watching these telecasts. He isn't a part of this team. Hardik Pandya, on the other hand, wasn't a part of that team. It's all providential, I would say, and how things came together for them. Almost Indian cricket team was losing that match, and they snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. Rohit Sharma's magical captaincy, bringing back Jasprit Bumrah, Hardik Pandya, respectively, to get those final wickets, and that catch of Surya Kumar Yadav absolutely swung the game for India, which a game that almost everyone thought had gone. I know there were so many fans within our NDTV office who had switched to watching Euros because Italy was exiting. The defending champion was exiting, so they were watching Euros because they couldn't bear to watch India lose another time.
30 runs, 30 balls, and how the script changed post that.
Absolutely.
Let's go back to the airport where those lovely visuals, a short while back, a lot of fans there as well, waiting counting every second, every minute at this moment as it passes by at the airport for the team's arrival at the Mumbai International Airport. People waiting there anxiously. Anuj is there. Anuj, you know, all that we can do is keep talking, keep singing praises for these, heroes, and wait for the first glimpse of the champions in Mumbai.
Yeah, pretty much. See, you see, of course, as we've talked about how ecstatic and how happy the crowd is, and they're not really complaining about waiting here for more than 2 to 3 hours. But then, one must really feel for them, because they've been waiting here for more than 3 to 4 hours, and that is without any proper seating facility, that is without any water facility or any food at all. And they've been standing with their phones in their hands, as you can rightly see, with their phones, right? As from what we've gotten to know, the lobby which you see inside, the team has arrived in the lobby, but then they're still taking a little while to get outside the lobby and to enter the buses. And the entire crowd is concentrated outside that glass wall with their phones high, making it difficult even for the media people to get a glimpse of who is there inside. They just want to be the first to catch the glimpse of the cricketers. They've been here, and as you can see around me, as we've already talked about, how this has been a very busy place throughout the day, and it has also been important to note that all these arrangements made by the police and the special guards here have made sure that this entire movement has been extremely hassle-free, not just for the fans who've come here, not just for the media people who've come here, but also for the passengers, also for those who are here to travel to different parts of the world. As you can see, the crowd is getting, the cheer is getting louder of the crowd, and that probably suggests, and again you see the people running and trying to make their way through to the glass lobby. And this has happened a couple of times before in the last half an hour, but this time the cheer seems to be the kind, as it is not stopping down, that probably suggests that the team is all ready to get outside the lobby. The team arrived here at the airport some time ago, but then due to certain reasons, due to certain delays, they were unable to come out. But now we are hearing this unending cheer from the Mumbai crowd. People here have come from across the country. They've been waiting here for a while, but this unending cheer suggests that they've probably got a glimpse of the team inside, and the team will be making out outside the airport to the buses that you can see. Two white colored buses are parked there. People are rushing. As you can see, they are running into the area which is meant for the media. Mumbai crowd is extremely passionate, but then they should also make sure that that coordination is maintained. As you can see, people are literally running towards the pathway where the cricketers are expected to walk out from into the media.
Visuals, Anuj, of the team at the airport. In fact, members coming out. We are looking at the visuals of the Indian cricket team players coming out of the airport. In fact, we saw the trophy as well being whisked away. That's Virat Kohli on your screens at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, been taken to that bus where the entire team then, of course, will be taken to Marine Drive. Rahul Dravid, the man who, the ball of Indian cricket.
The wind beneath their wings.
And who could never do this feat as a player, but was able to achieve this as a coach. We saw Bumrah, Arshdeep, the heroes of this World Cup. In fact, Mohammad Siraj there also waving to the crowd. Media also trying to get a reaction from them.
That's the trophy coming out.
One, Hardik Pandya, one after another. That's the trophy he has. He has the trophy on his shoulder.
He has the trophy
on his shoulder. What a moment for these players. For them also, Rika, it is going to be the most memorable time of their lives.
Absolutely. Rahul Dravid said in his parting speech to the Indian cricket team, you should store these memories. These memories are unforgettable. These next few days are going to be for making memories, and Rahul Dravid told the team that they should cherish this forever, because this feat doesn't come every day, and they should make memories with the team, make memories with the family. Ankit, only when these boys actually go back home, have some time to reflect on what they have done, will they realize how internally also things have shifted, because they have, won.
That's
what
Captain
they have
Rohit Sharma with the trophy in his hand, leading the squad at this moment. And in fact, the team, in fact, coming behind him. What a moment has this been. Virat Kohli, the entire cricket team from Barbados, after being held there for 3 days, to Delhi and now to Mumbai in just a short while.
They must be very, very tired.
But I think it's the adrenaline that will still keep pumping in. It will sink in that the...
And you know, can I tell you, Ankit, these players have been actually waiting for their flight that got them from Barbados to New Delhi to get there from Newark to in New Jersey to Barbados, because that was a Air India special flight that BCCI got for them that was diverted. So I know for certain that they were all packed and waiting for at least 7-8 hours in the hotel.
Wow.
After the cyclone had receded, they were waiting in their hotel to then go to the airport. Their kit bags had checked in, and they were waiting to figure out when the flight will come and when it will take off. So their original schedule of taking off from Barbados also got delayed because the first flight didn't
make it.
It was a second flight that went from Newark to Grantley International Airport, Barbados, and picked up the boys in blue to come here.
Look at the frenzy there. Mobile phones, every hand at this moment at the airport only held up to get a picture, get a glimpse, record a video, try and take a selfie of the cricketers and the trophy that they have brought back with them, the silverware, as Rika was saying. In fact, this is remember the World Cup victory that in T20 after a long time, from 2007 to 2014, 17-year wait for the T20 International. And all right, these are once again, we are just cutting back to the shots of how the team India was welcomed at the Mumbai airport. This is the arrival of the plane. I think, all this also delayed their arrival as far as
they
the
must
fans
have arrived,
are concerned.
they must have arrived before.
Yeah,
but then these celebrations that were bunked in later
and then,
would have, and look at the...
And I'm sure a lot of the staffers, those who are inside the airport, people, they would also want a glimpse of them.
Yeah, which is what would have delayed them. Everyone wanting to catch a glimpse of the heroes. It would be them and their families also.
That's right.
So that would have also delayed the cricketers, because there was no immigration to be done here. And
a lovely preparation, and what a fantastic welcome for the deserving welcome for the champions of the T20 International World Cup. An ICC trophy coming back to India after 13 years. 2011 was when India won the World Cup, a one-day International World Cup, and now 2014 is the time when, and in between so many times, so close.
They did win the Champions Trophy in 2013. So technically ICC trophy after 11 years, but a World Cup after 13 years, and a T20 World Cup after 17 years. My God, look at these scenes from the Queen's Necklace, Marine Drive, as it is, and the cars are not moving.
It seems
there is a sea of cars, if you saw.
There is a bigger swell of the people there on the road than there is at the Arabian Sea at this moment that we are seeing, in fact, at the Marine Drive. Look at the number of people, those who are there waiting to catch a glimpse of the champions of the world. T20 World Cup 2024 champions, Team India. In fact, the men in blue are there, and we're just waiting. So what we'll do, we'll try and let's go back to my colleague Anuj, who is at the airport, get a sense of whether in all this frenzy, the team has been able to make it to the buses where which are in fact going to carry them to the Marine Drive area where there will be an open top bus. It's been raining. And that has not deterred a single fan. I mean, people happy to be in rain, waiting for their the cricketers, for the heroes of the T20 International World Cup to catch a glimpse as far as they are concerned. Anuj, if you can hear me, all right, let me bring in Radhika from the Wankhede Stadium. Radhika, we understand the problems and difficulties that you are facing because of the bandwidth, but the excitement here is crazy. Cricketers, in fact, the Indian team has almost on their way to the Marine Drive. We yet don't know whether they have been able to make it to the bus. What's the atmosphere where you are?
Well, I am in Wankhede at a place where perhaps the network issue is not as much. So I'm just trying to be careful so that we don't lose the network. But yes, the frenzy here. And then, of course, Wankhede, I showed you the podium sometime back. It's completely packed. The stadium is completely packed.
Fans are still trying to get in. You know, the deadline was 4 o'clock. It's still try and come in. And there are people who are not being allowed inside. What happened? Not allowed inside.
Not being allowed inside. What happened? You're not allowed inside.
Guys, hello guys. Hello.
Not allowed inside because 4 o'clock was the deadline probably. So what's your plan now? What are you planning to do? How are you planning to enter?
Just waiting.
Radhika trying to catch up with the...
Okay, so Radhika
is,
trying very hard. Yes. Unfortunately, in fact, the bandwidth issues still continue to persist. We'll go across to Anuj, who's joining us from the airport. Anuj, tell me the team has made it to the bus. Everybody in the country just wants to know whether the team has left the airport at this moment or not. They're waiting at the Marine Drive.
Yes. As you can see, there is, you can almost sense a sigh of relief, like a collective sigh of relief amongst everyone, because just a couple of minutes ago, the two team buses left and it was ecstatic. It was one of the loudest cheers one could ever hear. And then they were just going extremely loud, cheering for their favorite cricketers. And you see, we were looking at these visuals. We were looking at this place where this entire place was filled with a lot of people. But now, as you see, everyone is leaving, right? As soon as the team buses left, the police vans, there's a huge police escort for the team. They also continued. They made way for the team, and then they got the buses outside of this P4 parking area of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Airport in no time. Kudos to the police officials, kudos to the local security guards present here at the airport, and of course, huge kudos to the fans who waited here tirelessly. And you know, they had all the reasons to complain. The team had made them wait for more than 2 hours, but a team which won a World Cup for them after 11 long years, this is surely something that they could do as a little bit of parting, as a little bit of return gift. They made it a point to make sure that they give the loudest cheer to their favorite cricketers, and every single member of the Indian cricket team, including the supporting staff, including, of course, the great Rahul Dravid, everyone received a huge cheer, like one of the biggest they would have ever heard. And now you see, once the vehicles have gone out of this particular arena, police are making sure that this area is empty and people are going on with their regular business. A lot of respect for the people of Mumbai who made their way through, not just to one.
In fact, Anuj, while you are speaking, we are getting visuals of the team bus, in fact, being escorted by a huge convoy, a number of vehicles of the Mumbai police, in fact, taking them safely. Remember, there were already restrictions which the Mumbai police had announced, though the restrictions were, from 4 o'clock till 7:30. I don't see that being taken off till 9:30 because we are at least 2 hours delayed from the original program. The Mumbai police,
2.5 hours.
In fact, to be precise, and Mumbai police making an appeal that people should stay away from the Marine Drive and Wankhede Stadium area, because there are already thousands and thousands those who have thronged to see Team India and the champions coming home. So in a short while from now, all these players are going to be on an open bus, and then there will be a kilometer. Rika, how long? Entire stretch?
It's going to be a 1 kilometer stretch from Marine Drive to Wankhede Stadium.
And it's going to be the longest kilometer possibly because of the number of people.
Because they had accounted for 2 hours to travel that 1 kilometer stretch, and we don't know how many hours it is going to take. Last time around, it took almost 5 to 6 hours.
Wow.
So probably police, they're confident of making better arrangements this time to get them wheeled into the Wankhede Stadium in 2 hours' time. So even if they
will have to make their way from the
7,
sea of these fans. And have to make their way to the sea of these fans. Rika, tell you one thing. While we are talking about it, we are so excited about this whole fact, so are the fans. What goes on in a player's mind? You have interacted to many world champions.
They're also waiting for this moment, Ankit. And they wait their entire life to see something like this. You know, this morning, the pictures of Rohit Sharma from inside the bus waving the trophy at the fans. That in itself says how much Rohit himself wanted to do this. His daughter was sitting on his lap. He was showing his daughter what it probably means like being a world champion.
True.
And looking at those fans, the fans are looking at them, the trophy, and cheering at them. Along the streets of Delhi, they had lined up. So all of them were actually waiting for this moment. And if you hear what they have been saying over the last few days, everyone, not a single one, said that they haven't been waiting for this moment.
That's true. And, you know, I mean, I always wonder, I mean, it will be such a great spectacle to see when you're sitting in that bus and looking outside, people just wanting to catch a glimpse of you. Of course, gives you that sort of importance, but it is well earned. I mean, this is something that people in India are so passionate, so emotional about. And when you give them a World Cup trophy, I mean, that lifts up the country.
It was so sweet that Rohit Sharma actually showing his daughter what it means to be a world champion, showing the passion of the crowd, the cheering of the crowd. Of course, she's very young. One doesn't know how much of that she's going to remember in the end. But she's witnessing what it is to
historic moment.
To have a world champion father.
That's true.
You know, all their kids, and you know, a generation is being inspired by their stories today. You can see them, you can be them. That's what the storyline is as of today, as we see them, and they are right now being taken from the airport to Nariman Point, where they are going to board that open-top bus. It's not going to be a very long ride for them, I believe, because they are going to take the ceiling.
The entire city of Mumbai seems to be on a standstill, where just fans, in fact, on the road lined up to just cheer for the champions, in fact, at this moment. And as we see the police, in fact, taking the bus, you know, with massive escort, huge security presence there. These visuals are from, I believe, inside the bus where Siraj, it must be from the airport a short while back. That's Virat Kohli, in fact, sitting there. You're right, they must also be tired. They must also be waiting to be on that bus. I can see Rajiv Shukla also there, you know, sitting in that bus. What a moment for the entire team and the players at this, to be part of this successful Virat Kohli waving to the fans there, those who have been waiting for hours and hours for the team to come out.
These 11 guys are the biggest heroes of the hour. We must also talk about the ones who've been in the back room and have prepared the team for this moment, the support staff. And by support staff, I mean Rahul Dravid's team.
That's true.
So there was one Rohit Sharma's team and there was one Rahul Dravid's team that combined their efforts together to lift this World Cup. The Indian cricket team has a fairly large support staff contingent, one would say. And each one of them, I would say, have performed their role to perfection to see the team get this kind of result today. It is starting from the video analyst to the massier, to everyone, to whoever performed whichever role, the batting coach, the bowling coach, the fielding coach, the throwdown, the men who do the throwdown, almost 40-odd people who work with Team India. They're, you know, their own media people, the social media team that has been working overtime to send us those behind-the-scene pictures. So everyone, it's an ecosystem that has worked in sync to deliver this result. So I would say a lot of credit goes to all these people who have tirelessly worked towards this moment.
Absolutely, and a sea of fans at the airport, everybody wanting to capture this moment, be part of, in fact, in some way be part of this history. This is the time, as I've been saying, a lot of people still talk about what were you doing when the 1983 World Cup was won, what were you and where were you when the 2007 World Cup was won, 2011, and then of course 2024 adds in that illustrious list, and people will be talking about these moments of the day I saw the World Cup winning team for years and years to come. So good to see so many Indian flags there, the kind of passion this game instills in the people, all that being displayed there at the Marine Drive in Mumbai. You're seeing these visuals where fans have been waiting and waiting and waiting for few hours for the team to in fact arrive at the Marine Drive. Nariman Point is where this bus, which is at this moment a hardtop covered bus, will be replaced by the champions with the trophy standing on top of an open bus, and then of course the victory parade will start. Yes, the light is dimming. Yes, many will be disappointed that they are not able to catch the best glimpse of their heroes, but today it is just being part of the history. That's what matters. The heroes are back, and that is what exactly matters at this moment. Virat Kohli sitting there, part of the World Cup winning team in 2011, and that's the open bus that we are seeing at this moment, making its way through a sea of fans, ladies and gentlemen. These visuals, in fact, coming to you from Marine Drive, that's the open bus, and fans, I mean, it will be really difficult. The fans are just walking next to the bus. I'm not yet sure whether the players are on top of it, because
are there. Even I'm not very sure if the players are there.
Yeah.
But the players are definitely going to get onto that bus at some point when they are able to.
It's chock-a-block.
Yeah, it's completely chock-a-block. It's not just this bus. You see, there's considerable amount of traffic on the road also that's unable to move right now.
Absolutely, it is going to be what a challenge for the Mumbai police to ensure that this victory parade, in fact, goes on and can be wrapped up in few hours, because given the number of fans.
And imagine the security arrangement that had to be made by the Mumbai police to see that this goes through seamlessly.
You know, Rika, that's a fantastic thing about cricket. At this moment, nobody is thinking about the problems that we face in day-to-day life. Everybody just wants to be part of this exceptional moment.
That's why, you know, it's one religion that unites this country, and that religion is cricket. There's no other religion, there's no other uniting factor like cricket when it comes to India. And you see there's so many people today lining up the streets of Mumbai. And it's prime time. By prime time I mean it's work time. You know, they're probably returning from work. Probably they have left work early today to be there. It's a Thursday, and they are committing themselves to be there to watch their heroes. It's quite a big thing, and it's been outpouring of emotions on the streets of Mumbai. Look at that, people. It's the police convoy that's trying to go through, and behind it is the Indian team bus. People are thronging towards the team bus now. It'll, as Ankit, you've been mentioning, it's going to be a real big challenge for the Mumbai police to see how the fans can be kept at bay while that convoy reaches the point where the Indian cricket team is going to hoist onto the open top bus.
Absolutely. This is how 11 players, those who played that final, how they have lifted the spirits of 1.4 billion people of this country. The 11 who played, and they were in fact supported, cheered by 1.4 billion people in India. Fans still waiting at the Marine Drive. As I said, the swell of the fans, much more today than that of the Arabian Sea. A sea of fans at the Marine Drive, where the team bus, the open-top bus, will be in fact driven in for about 1 kilometer. I wonder how long will that take, in fact, today, with these kind of crowds thronging in to witness history being made here in Mumbai on 4th July 2024. By 7:30.
It's significant for America.
It is now.
It is very significant for America.
Become significant for a lot of people who have been watching history being made in India as well. But
and it's poetic that that this edition of the World Cup was held in America and West Indies.
That's true. A lot of things India, coming together.
India. As we've been saying, it's providential how things have come together for Rohit Sharma and his men. They did not win the World Cup in India. Went away to America. Went away from the eyes of the fans, and though there were a considerable number.
Does it mean that there is, when you play in India as an Indian cricket team, the pressure sometimes can be too much?
It's always pressure to be an Indian.
But when you're outside, possibly not as much. 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh people.
See, no one will admit that, Ankit. out there, even out there, there will be Indian fans, and mostly we've been seeing the stadiums are packed with a sea of blue, but the numbers are much less. When you get into an Indian stadium, an average stadium will be about 35-40,000 to 1 lakh plus. So that noise, getting that, the frenzy around the World Cup, that 1 month, 1.5 month of frenzy, it's very difficult to keep yourself mentally, physically, emotionally steady to go through a tournament like that.
What does this mean for Rohit Sharma? If we can talk about him, I mean, the captain who played fantastically during
fantastic, yes.
The World Cup a few months back. He propelled the team to the final. Unfortunately, we could not win. In fact, these are the visuals of the two buses, which are carrying the team India and the support staff, which is going to be taken to that open-top bus. What does this mean for Rohit Sharma?
For Rohit Sharma, I would say life comes a full circle. He's been a part of the Indian cricket team as a youngster, making his mark in international cricket through T20 format. That's when he came. He made his name. Then he had a bit of a low phase. I remember 2009 when he was a part of this IPL outfit called Deccan Chargers. He was very close to the former Australian cricketer Andrew Symonds, who's no more. And Andrew Symonds actually counseled Rohit Sharma a lot in those days to help him become the Rohit Sharma of today. There are stories about how he helped him set his mind, firstly in mind his order, and then his cricket in order. I remember speaking to Andrew Symonds back in 2009 after the Deccan Chargers had won the IPL trophy. That was the first IPL title that Rohit Sharma had won. He wasn't a part of Mumbai Indians then. And I had asked Andrew as to who in the team do you think is the best youngster. NDTV has the soundbite in its archive, Andrew saying, and prophetic, I would say, at that point, you will hear this name Rohit Sharma more and more in the coming years. Watch out for this boy. And I still remember, and that bite, that sound bite rings in my ears. All these years, I remember that he said that he is going to be one of the biggest stars of Indian cricket. Much like I know Dean Jones had predicted about Shubman Gill, but years before he did, Andrew Symonds, he's no more. He'd spoken about Rohit Sharma and how, he had everything going for him, but at that point, he did not have the attitude. How Symonds helped him was to have the right attitude, to be there, and to be a big match player.
And how has he arrived? He has arrived, and how, in fact, can you see the madness there? In fact, a lot of people, in fact, chasing that team bus. I can see a lot of motorbikes and cars, chasing the team bus. This is the craziness of the Indian cricket being displayed there on the streets of Mumbai. Let me very quickly go and take you to on the ground to my colleague Radhika. Radhika, I'm sure the cheer is deafening at the Wankhede Stadium.
Yes, absolutely. It was crazy scenes outside and inside Wankhede. I've just come outside Wankhede Stadium and look at the number of fans here. Look at the number of fans, all excited. I mean, the frenzy is so clear. It's palpable on the ground. Okay, tell us, there is a slight delay as far as, team's arrival in Wankhede is concerned. But how excited are you? Are you tired already or doesn't look like it?
We are ready to be here the entire night!
Because after 13 years, we are bringing the trophy home, an ICC trophy after 13 years. After the heartbreak in Ahmedabad, we all are happy that the trophy is coming home finally, and we are proud of the entire team, boys. Come on!
And who were you rooting for throughout the tournament?
All the players. There's no one in specific. I was just rooting for my team, my nation, India.
And whose performance would you say was, spectacular as far as finals are concerned?
Hardik Pandya, of course. I would also like to add Arshdeep Singh, a young prospect of our team. He was amazing. He was amazing.
Virat Kohli.
Because Virat Kohli played an anchor inning. If he would have out then team had lost it.
Let me tell you, very few people know that the highest wicket taker of the tournament is Arshdeep Singh, and then 15 wickets Bumrah. So we had a really good bowling attack in the tournament.
Arshdeep Singh, Virat Kohli,
May I
Pandya.
ask you, Radhika, sorry I'm interrupting you, but may I ask you one thing? Will you ask these fans if they are from Mumbai, have they forgiven Hardik Pandya? Are they ready to accept him as the captain of Mumbai Indians now? I don't think Radhika, go on.
But I think you're talking about the players from Mumbai. So there are at least about 3 players from Mumbai in the squad. So how excited are you? The fact that all of you are from Mumbai, I'm guessing you're all from Mumbai. There's Rohit Sharma, there's Surya Kumar Yadav.
Hardik Pandya. No, Hardik Pandya plays in MI, but we have Surya. Actually, from MI we have 3 players, correct? So we are really proud. Doesn't matter where they're from. They play for the nation at the end of the day.
Especially after the IPL booing which Hardik Pandya received, the comeback which he made was spectacular, and he's performed in almost all matches, and he's the T20I first ranking all-rounder currently.
Number 1 in the world.
That's the best comeback we've experienced.
यहाँ पर ही वानखेड़े के सामने लोग hate कर रहे थे हार्दिक को, and now same अभी हम सुनेंगे हार्दिक के नारे सुनेंगे हम अभी.
These are cricket experts here standing outside Wankhede. I mean, they know more than certainly me for sure. So yes, these are cricket experts, die-hard cricket fans, die-hard India team fans who are outside. Of course, they're chanting, they're cheering for Rohit Sharma, they're cheering for the entire team. And what about Rahul Dravid? You guys didn't take his name.
Oh, Rahul Dravid, he's the unsung hero of this tournament. It was his last tournament. He also came back from a loss after 2023.
An unbeaten tournament is not easy to go through, especially even in the ODI World Cup. We were almost all games were. So even in this World Cup, we were unbeaten throughout the fucking tournament. That's not possible.
Rahul Dravid, amazing. We are really happy. In his last T20 tournament, he did it.
Until when will you wait for the team to come? They've just left the airport, so there's a procession that's going to happen, and then they'll come to Wankhede, and then it'll go on for a while. So you're all set.
We'll wait till whenever they come. We are here and ready to support them till 2, 3, 4.
Tomorrow 9 AM also if they come, we
will be right here.
Okay, so there you heard it from them. I mean, there's just like no words for me to express the kind of excitement and enthusiasm you're seeing here. It's electrifying. I just hope that, there are no sort of medical emergencies here, because it's really worrying, the kind of crowd outside in Marine Drive, outside Wankhede, inside Wankhede. It is just massively crowded. It's a stampede-like situation that we are seeing in different corners of this place. But still, the cheer is going on. There is enthusiasm. It is just unbelievable. The scenes here, it's just like, it's hard to define, but it's unbelievable.
Absolutely, Radhika. Also there, being part of history. You will remember this, as all of us have been, for all the World Cups that anybody has covered, the craziness of the Indian fans, the love that they have for their cricketers. It seems, at least, with the kind of reaction that Radhika was getting, that people might have had a, turn around as far as Hardik Pandya is concerned in Mumbai.
We'll really have to wait and see till the next season if they do accept Hardik Pandya as the captain or not, given that Rohit Sharma has won the title.
And he's still there.
He's still there. He's won the T20 title. Will they accept him as the captain or not? We'll have to really wait and see. Maybe we are thinking, or we are talking too soon. That's Hardik Pandya emerging with the trophy in his hand. I think these are all the. This is Hardik Pandya.
That's right. He's Hardik Pandya. In fact, came out with the trophy in his hand, then put it on his shoulder. But we are waiting for that moment when the team will be on top of that bus. These are two visuals, ladies and gentlemen. Just a short while earlier, when they had arrived at the airport after being given that massive welcome, the water salute.
And that spectacle was expected to happen at 5 o'clock. We are delayed by 2 hours now, and we do not know how much further the event is going to be delayed.
This party is going to go into the late night tonight. It seems that is, and at least the fans are not minding.
The biggest street party happening in India today.
Absolutely. This is the biggest street party in India. And I think post-Mumbai, in Mumbai 2011.
And there's a millennial word called FOMO.
Yeah.
We should put FOMO in the others. If they are missing out, then they're missing out on the biggest street party.
I think Rika is also missing this out, not being there and covering it at this moment.
I am having major FOMO.
But fantastic visuals there, ladies and gentlemen, of the Team India coming back. And this is going to be, trust me, this is going to be the agenda that you are going to see on all your screens near you. Especially NDTV has got you covered for every moment. A 360-degree view of the champions' homecoming with millions and thousands of fans, those who are cheering the Team India all the way. The felicitation ceremony is going to take place at the Wankhede Stadium. The team is yet to be, get on top of that bus, that open-top bus. And then, of course, the team will be taken in that bus where they can, the fans can see them and they can see the fans as well. I'm sure every cricketer in that team, every professional who is with the team will enjoy this to the fullest. It's raining, but that has not dampened the spirits at all. It's Rohit Sharma, in fact, coming out of the airport. These are visuals of a short while back when the team and their families came out. Look at the staff members. I mean, after all, all these people working at the airport, themselves cricket fans, quite excited to see the team with that congratulations banner. Virat Kohli, short while back at the airport when he was getting settled in that bus, and then from there they are with a police escort have been making their way to Nariman Point, where they are going to change into that open top bus, and then of course the victory parade, the long awaited victory parade is going to begin, and the bus will have to go through the sea of those fans. Those who don't mind the rain at this moment, they don't mind the hours of wait, they just want a glimpse of the champions.
Well, these are the pictures on your screen from Marine Drive in Mumbai. Thousands and thousands of fans have queued up to catch a glimpse of their world champion team, their cricketing heroes who have returned. In the early hours of the morning, they returned to the national capital, had a meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and thereafter they headed straight to Mumbai for the street party, the biggest street party that is happening in India today on the Marine Drive and inside the Wankhede Stadium. The cricketers will be boarding an open-top bus and going from Marine Drive from Nariman Point to Wankhede Stadium across the Marine Drive, a 1 kilometer stretch that will probably be covered in 2.5 hours till they get inside the Wankhede Stadium, where they will be felicitated by the BCCI. They'll be given cash prizes worth 125 crore rupees. It will be the Indian cricketers, the support staff, their families, all of them will be there to witness and to experience this magic moment. Also with them will be the fans who have cheered them on for such a long time. It is a generational event. It happened in 2007, it happened in 2011, and now it is happening in 2024. In the meantime, India has gone very close to winning ICC titles, but they have not managed to cross the finish line. This was the moment of glory. This was the moment when the combined might of Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, Jasprit Bumrah, Hardik Pandya, Rishabh Pant, Surya Kumar Yadav, Arshdeep Singh got India the Cricket World Cup. It was the contribution that came from all 11 in the Indian cricket team. It was, as they say, the bowlers World Cup in US and West Indies. The batters did perform well, but it was the bowlers who stood head and shoulders above the rest and finally giving India this World Cup. Hardik Pandya there on your screen, emerging as the most valuable player of the tournament. He comes out with the silverware. What a moment for Team India.
Together, they are for the first time witnessing these scenes. Of course, Rohit Sharma has been a part of a similar celebration back in 2007 when he won the Cricket World Cup with MS Dhoni's team. Gautam Gambhir, Irfan Pathan, Robin Uthappa, a lot of them were a part of that team who are not in this Indian cricket team. But it is the common link between that team and this team is Rohit Sharma. On the right side of your screen are the players coming out of the tarmac in Mumbai and getting into the bus. In the bus you can see Virat Kohli sitting and next to him is Rajiv Shukla. On the left side of your screen are thousands and thousands of fans who've lined up across the Marine Drive to catch a glimpse of their cricketing heroes. We are getting you live broadcast of what is unraveling in Mumbai, what the Mumbaikars are expecting for hours now. These fans have been lining up the streets from midday today, and the street party will perhaps continue late into the night. These fans who have come to the Marine Drive. Fans have come not just from Mumbai but from across the country.
हम लोग किधर से आप ही बोल हम लोग की साइड से सुना मैं कपड़े ओपन
अरे हमारी हाइट से એટલે કપાઈ જાવ તો
मैं ओपनिंग करती हूँ पीछे नहीं जाएगी
हमारा ईगो नटता है।
क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम शीतल पीछावाला है। मैं सूरत से आई हूँ और मेरी सभी सहेलियां मुंबई वाली है, तो उनके साथ मिलजुल के हम टीम इंडिया का वर्ल्ड कप चीयर करने आए हैं।
आज टीम इंडिया वर्ल्ड कप जीतने के बाद पहली बार मुंबई आ रही है, खिलाड़ियों के लिए क्या कहेंगे?
Well, these are the scenes from Mumbai as the team reached Mumbai. Virat Kohli on your screen inside the team bus on the right side of your screen, and that bus is taking them currently to Nariman Point, from where they are going to be on that open top bus that will take them to Wankhede Stadium. On the left side of your screen are the fans who have lined up along the streets of Mumbai on Marine Drive. Radhika, my colleague, has been tracking this scene for hours together. This seems like a magic moment for the fans, for the team, for everyone in the cricketing ecosystem. Radhika, tell us the vibe that you're picking up outside the Wankhede Stadium at the moment. The noise is almost deafening. A lot of guests with us on the show. Deputy Editor of Hindu Rakesh Rao, sports broadcaster Prakash Vakankar, and cricket fan Naresh Mansukhani. I will go over to Prakash. Prakash, we have been playing out these scenes from the morning. First the streets of New Delhi and then the streets of Mumbai. Tell us what these pictures will mean to the Indian cricket team when they eventually have the time to go back, sit and reflect on what they have done.
Moment that I think all of them will be craving for, personal time, family time. But when you are demigods, I think you also have a responsibility towards the fans that make you that. And therefore, this is quite a expected sort of a indulgence, if you want to call it that. But looking at the pictures that you have on the screen, just looking at the sea of people, my mind goes back to a much more muted, a much younger me when we saw the 2007 parade. There's no need for comparisons, but I just feel that this wait has been so long, and it's taken such a long period of time before India won another ICC trophy. The doomsayers and the naysayers were after this team. And like I said in the morning to you, good things do happen for good people. And I'm just over the moon that it happened for Rahul Dravid and for Rohit Sharma. And of course, by transitivity or by extension, it's happened for 1.4 billion Indians, because we are a nation that is still starved for sporting success. Yes, we are improving significantly across the spectrum in terms of sporting disciplines, but cricket remains the heartthrob of this nation. And this is a movement that every single individual who is there, I know I got calls from, I won't name them, from a couple of senior CEOs in Mumbai saying, Prakash, do you know, are there special arrangements that one can go to the Wankhede? And I just sent them some pictures saying, good luck if you want to try and get in there. Because obviously it is what we would call, to use R.K. Lakshman's phrase, the common cricket fan who is enjoying this movement the most. And I hope they get a glimpse of their heroes.
Naresh, let me come to you and ask you, as a fan, what does this moment really mean to you? Because we are seeing magical pictures being played out from across the streets of Mumbai. Perhaps the biggest street party happening in India today is in Mumbai. Tell us a little bit about reaction from a fan.
Rika, first thing, it's extremely exciting. As Prakash sir mentioned, 2007 was the inaugural T20 World Cup we won. Since then, 16 IPLs, the topmost T20 league in the world, and we were not winning T20 World Cup. So that itself is an occasion to celebrate that we now have a T20 World Cup. Other way to look at it, our last ICC trophy was 2013. It's 11 years now, but in these 11 years, there were 10 ICC events across formats, and we played 5 finals. So you can say disappointment, you can say frustration, anger. I think everything is now at rest purely because now we have now won an ICC trophy after 11 years, and this team has done phenomenally well.
Naresh, as a Mumbai fan, have you forgiven Hardik Pandya?
Well, I kept my words on things like it was nothing to do with Hardik. It was a management decision. But yes, 45 days, just 45 days, a different reaction from Mumbai crowd. What a redemption for Hardik. And yes, we'll see a different approach to Hardik now as a leader for Mumbai Indians ahead. But yeah, he has gone through tough times. We have seen as Mumbai Indians fan also a real low. But I think all that is behind.
Rakesh, do you think the Mumbai crowd is now going to react differently to Hardik Pandya? Of course, we saw him come out of the airport, flashing the silverware, and then he put it up on his shoulder. What do you think that the Mumbai crowd will behave differently with Hardik Pandya now, that the fact that he has emerged as the most valuable player from this World Cup?
Certainly, Rika, because ours as a country, our memories are very short. We just react, we don't respond. So everything is reactionary. So the point is that when he was replaced, when Rohit was replaced, the love for Rohit was that, okay, he is our 5-time, cup winning skipper. And he's been replaced by an outsider. That was the first reaction. And then to make matters worse, the team, a 5-time champion team, finishes 10th in a 10-team competition. So it couldn't have been worse than that. Then comes the time when, of course, trolling and all, because we are in the world of social media these days. And all that happened. And then everything is forgotten when we start winning. And Hardik, for once, even, if you recall the early days of this World Cup, when Hardik would come and bowl and he would get tonked for runs. And then again, the same thing. Why is he in the team? Because a lot of people questioned his selection. Because we forget all these things. If you go back and see the news of those days leading into the World Cup, he was trolled till the last day. It is just that once the team started winning and he started playing a role, and then comes the big match, the final. And those last 5 overs, what he does, he gets you the wicket of Klassen. That wide, that wide Yorker or whatever you call that. It was a ball that wasn't a wicket-taking ball, but he still gets it. That means in some way or the other, God wanted this kind of a redemption from him. Everything was set up for him. He just had to get a moment like this to undo all the damage that has been caused by people who loved him, people who still love him. But the point was that time wasn't right enough. So he has come out of that. Now you'll see a very different Hardik. And I really feel that even his on-field demeanor will change all that, that flamboyance, that in-the-face kind of flamboyance, that is what made Hardik what he appeared to be. Now we saw a very different Hardik the day we won the World Cup. It was the other side of him, the very vulnerable side of Hardik, where he was shedding tears, and it looked real, absolutely. And then at the same time, he was being interviewed. Now imagine all that, and then he overcomes all that, and he makes all the right kind of statements thereafter. It is like a kind of a transition for him, and that is what exactly Team India wants. You need an individual who knows all that thing about himself, but he expresses himself as a person which is so unlike his nature. You always see him, he looks like the type who's partying around, who's having fun. But that time, when it was really time to rejoice, he was shedding tears, and tears of joy, obviously. But then there was something that he was looking within. He was looking outside. He was thanking the Almighty. Everything happened in that one moment. So, obviously, I mean, Mumbaikars are cricket lovers. They love their cricket. They love their cricketers. And since he was considered an outsider, as I said at the start, but once he wears the Mumbai Indian jersey, he will be part of their hearts all over again. And of course, so much has happened since then. So that's a closed chapter as far as I'm concerned, because our memories are short, as I said. People will forget all that, and everybody will remember what happened in the West Indies.
Rakesh, also tell us, has Mumbai, the joy and celebration that we witness in the streets of Mumbai today, has the city, the city of joy, or the Millennium City, has it ever witnessed something like this in the past, specifically when it comes to sports? I'm a political reporter. I know Mumbai is politically so sort of potent, but when it comes to sports, what does the spirit of Mumbai look like?
See, I tell you, when, if I just go back, say 1971, now that was the time when India was a hockey-loving country. It was not a cricket-loving country then. Ajit Wadekar's team returned after beating England and West Indies. This had never happened in the history of Indian cricket. That was also the time when there was an Impala that was used, and, crowds all over the place celebrating this twin win, because nobody expected this team to do so well, and we did whatever we did. So that was the first time when we saw, at least I saw, people thronging the streets of, Bombay, in 1971, that is, and, players being feted. And that is exactly what, that was my first visual of Bombay celebrating its sporting heroes. Then, of course, it was hockey, 75, India winning the Hockey World Cup. And then it continued to be a hockey thing till 1983. And it was also the time when hockey was on a, downswing. Cricketers brought us an unimaginable triumph at the Lords. And then thereafter, of course, it was never hockey, it was cricket just took over. Because since then, we consider ourselves as the favorite. So every time the team steps out for an ICC trophy or a World Cup or whatever it is, Indians expect Indians to return with the cup. It's no longer the team, at least in the last 10, 15 years, that team doesn't just go and compete. We are not interested in seeing the team in the semi-finals. We want the team to return with the trophy. Now that is what has changed for Indian cricket over a period of time. We want to see the team with the trophy. If you recall the World Cup 7 months ago, we beat every single team, but the fan wasn't happy because the trophy didn't come in. And then all those emotions, of the last 7 months, pent-up emotions or whatever you call, that is what you see. That is how the Indian fan has responded in the last 6-7 days. Since that, since that Saturday night. What has happened is that people are expressing themselves out in the open, but the emotion, I'll underline the word emotion here. This is something that I haven't seen. 83 triumph, I remember I was a youngster then, and then I saw what happened. It is very clear, how India celebrated 1983. There was not enough money with the board. So Raj Singh Dongarpur, who was also the board president for some time, he requested Lata Mangeshkar to hold a charity show. This is the kind of show that was held. Money was collected, and a lakh of rupees was given to each of the player and the official. Of course, Man Singh was the man accompanying the team. No support staff, no coach, nothing. But then, of course, it seems like a different era altogether. But now, when you hear the number 125 crore, now that itself shows we have come a long way.
Right, and Vasudha, we can say, Rakesh described the word emotion. If emotion is energy in motion, That is what you see on the streets of Mumbai. Today, the waves on the streets of Mumbai are bigger than the waves of the Arabian Sea. In fact, we can see that open-top bus. We don't think the Indian team still has hopped onto that bus yet, because that is the bus that is going to carry the team along the 1 kilometer stretch from the Nariman Point to Wankhede Stadium, and that hasn't started yet. So the victory march technically hasn't started yet. The team is, of course, in Mumbai. They are heading from the airport towards that point where they are going to be hopping onto that bus and showing off their silverware to the fans. Let me also go across to Rajiv Seth, former cricketer. Rajiv, you've covered cricket for a very long time. You've been a part of the cricketing ecosystem. Have you ever seen a spectacle like this before?
Good evening, Rika, and good evening to all wonderful viewers, your friends. Indeed, this is a lifetime moment. Personally, for me, I have never witnessed anything close to this. I've certainly come across many flagship events that India has, attained the summit, and I've actually been part of it, whether it's the field of sports or in general, whether it's the beauty pageant moments and whatever you call it. But this is something very different. We've always had, a glimpse of people, taking full course of the airport wherever the teams are arriving. But this is a very big moment, because this is a moment of celebration. And this is a moment of celebration, as I think Rakesh ji mentioned, that in a very short span, we nearly won 2 World Cups. We missed out on one and now having another in a kitty. So it is also the time for rejoice for the fan base and people who really, really followed the game. And this is what makes the game beautiful. I would say this 125 crores that we all are talking about, it's more than that. It's the 1.4 billion people, smiling faces within the country, and worldwide fans. So this is how the game connects us. This is where the players play this game for. And this is the real treasure for them. And I think this is going to be a lifetime moment for all those who've been part of this momentous occasion. And really, really fascinating to see these scenes.
And Vasudha, just to add to what Rajiv has said, that picture of the Indian cricket team this morning when they were being wheeled from the airport to ITC Maurya, Rohit Sharma sitting inside the bus with his silverware, showing fans from inside the bus, this is how the trophy looked like. Yeah. And he had his daughter sitting on his lap. He was showing his daughter the crowd reaction. And that's what that young girl is also probably going to remember, being the daughter of a champion dad who was showing his trophy out to the fans. It's the fan reaction. It's the reaction of these people out in the streets of Mumbai that is going to make the moment for even the players memorable. They live for this moment. Not a single cricketer said that this was not the moment that they were waiting for. Absolutely. Everyone in their right sense had waited for this moment. It is a lifetime, it is a once in a lifetime moment for many of these cricketers. Of course, for someone as talented as Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, they have seen this moment in their lives twice, because both of them are 2-time World Cup champions. Not everyone has the luck or the ability to cross the finish line time and again.
Absolutely, Rika, and they've had a very busy day today. The entire team, they landed in Mumbai, and then they landed, of course, in Delhi first. They went to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There was this, celebration there. The Prime Minister spoke to all team members. After that, we also saw this rousing reception that they received in IGI Airport earlier in the morning. And, of course, now the Mumbai celebrations have begun. Of course, the victory march is all set to begin in a few minutes from now. And this is going to happen at a very important point from the Nariman Point to the Wankhede Stadium. Also, Rika, tell us the importance of the stadium, because this is something that we hear quite often. What is the history, what are the memories that are associated with this particular stadium?
Well, Mumbai is the Mumbai defines the spirit of the sport.
Mumbai is the spiritual capital of cricket in India. It has had the city has produced several legendary cricketers. Wankhede Stadium is steeped in history. It is also here in the most recent times, in the most recent memories that India has won their World Cup. MS Dhoni hitting that six to win the Cricket World Cup in 2011 is etched in the minds of several cricket fans. Vasudha, I haven't seen 1983, so I do not know what happened in 1983, but I do know what happened in 2007 and 2011. 2011 particularly was important for us because it was here at the Wankhede Stadium. I was by then a journalist, a broadcaster working for NDTV, was able to witness all the frenzy on ground. So Wankhede Stadium is pretty special to cricketers. It's very special to me. But I'll take that question to Prakash, the importance, the significance of all of this happening around the Wankhede Stadium and inside the Wankhede Stadium. If you could just talk about that, Prakash.
Well, even before the Wankhede, Mumbai as a city, Bombay as it was called then, is really been in many ways the cradle of Indian cricket. The Pentangulars, which started during the British time, were probably the beginning of it all. The Cricket Club of India, the Brabant Stadium, hosted many of the international games. Till it reached a point where the municipal authorities and the club were not necessarily in sync with the then Board of Control. And that is when Mr. Wankhede, who was the president of the Mumbai Cricket Association, decided, and with the appropriate support from the political authorities, he was able to get the land and build what was the Wankhede Stadium, which looked very, very different from what it is today. In 1975, when the West Indians came and played the first test match there under Clive Lloyd, I remember Bernard Julian bowling the famous and flamboyant Farooq Engineer for naught, if I remember right, in both innings. But that was the beginning. Concrete blocks, fairly ordinary, standard by that time. And then the whole rebuild of the Wankhede Stadium, I think, is what has made it, from a physical structural perspective, the modern stadium that it looks like today. And for, talking about the connections with Mumbai, I'm sure that there are people in Delhi and Chennai and Bangalore who are going to have, serious comments, if not objections, to only talking about Mumbai, because in cricket in India is a sport that unites like nothing else. And after what we've witnessed over the last 2 or 3 months, running into the events that we all know about, the specter of division is no longer there. For me, this is a uniting movement. It doesn't matter where you come from in the country or whether you live in the country or not. I mean, the joy and the absolute adulation that I noticed in the United States for the Indian cricket team was no different from anywhere else in the world. And therefore, I think the ability of cricket to unite this nation like nothing else probably other than the men in uniform. I think they're the only two things that unite this country without exception. And that therefore this movement comes at a very, very right time. And I hope that there will be many more opportunities. I in fact feel, Rika, that this victory can now put India on a bit of a roll. See, the Champions Trophy is in Pakistan. I'm assuming India will go and conditions will be very similar. Then the 26 T20 World Cup happens here at home, jointly with Sri Lanka. And that sets us in the vein, if you will, of, I think, a period of dominance. And then the World Test Championship, the one thing that has eluded India so far, I think we will play the final again, against whom we don't know. But I think it could spur a run of victories for the Indian cricket team. And I hope, for the sake of all the fans, that indeed that is the case.
Prakash, very interesting you say that, because it had the 2011 win had also opened the floodgates. They went on to win the 2013 Champions Trophy thereafter, soon after the 2011 World Cup. Now, since you were there in the United States, Prakash, I would really like to ask you this question. We also saw a series of, a lot of Indian fans there, a sea of blue inside every stadium that the Indian cricketers played. But would you say that playing in India and playing abroad in front of a stadium packed with Indian fans is a little different? The pressure is a little different than playing in home country, and that is one factor
that may have helped Team India?
Well, I think it's a fair point to debate, honestly, Rika. But to my mind, when you wear an Indian jersey on a cricket field and go out to play, the pressure is immense anyway. Because like Rakesh was saying earlier, the expectations are that you're going to win everything and steamroll everyone who's in front of you. Saying that, I must also say that in all the cricket that I've been privileged to have watched around the world, very, very rarely, if ever, do you see a cricket match being played where the blue shirts or the Indian supporters, if it's a test match, are not in as many numbers, if not larger numbers, than the home teams. I think it's probably Australia and England that may come close to rivaling, but certainly in the limited overs format, there is no comparison. I remember the 2019 World Cup in England. I remember the World Cup in Australia. You just had an absolute sea of blue, which is what leads the people who are India baiters to constantly talk about it's India's World Cup, the ICC is controlled by the BCCI, blah, blah, blah. That's all rubbish, because at the end of the day, you can do whatever you want behind the scenes. It is the 11 men who go out to play a game of cricket that have to win or lose. And therefore, I think as far as the pressure factor playing overseas and here, except for Dhoni's men in 2007, because I think nobody expected it. Similarly, the 1983 World Cup, I think there was one Indian journalist in that press box when India won the World Cup. Rakesh will probably know or remember a little more than I do. But there was one journalist. Can you believe that? Today, you have an army of journalists and they were all flown back on the same charter.
Right.
So it's a very different world out there today. And look, if you are the 20,000 pound gorilla, you are going to behave like one. I don't see a problem with it, because we've been the underdog and been at the receiving end of this kind of trash for a very long time in all sports, hockey, cricket, everywhere. So if it's our time, it's our time. The others better suck up.
Okay. Also, Prakash, tell us, we all saw the T20 World Cup final. It sort of made all of us so happy. It finished in the most beautiful way possible. But what do you think whether the highlights that would in some ways go down in history as the most defining highlights or moments of the World Cup final?
To be honest with you, Vasudha, the story really is that nothing succeeds like success. Rakesh talked about Wadekar's men. Remember, 2 or 3 or 4 years later, the bat that was erected in his memory and his team's memory in Indore was blackened with charcoal. It's not, stones have been thrown at Indian cricketers' homes as well. So the volatile, emotional, venting period of Indian fans is short-lived. But to your question very specifically from the World Cup final, I think one will have to sort of go down to India's bowling effort really, because those are the moments that are going to remain in memory. Bumrah's 18th over, Rishabh Pant's injury or cramp or whatever it was that held up the game, because Klaasen at that point in time was on a one-way ticket with the World Cup back to Johannesburg. He was batting in a zone that was completely demoralizing and had demolished the Indian bowling. That break broke his momentum. That happens very often. Once Rishabh was back on his feet, then of course that over from Hardik. But to me, as often will be remembered, it is always the climax of a movie that gets remembered more than the script of the film. And therefore it was Suryakumar Yadav's absolutely unbelievably acrobatic catch, keeping a cool head. Mine goes back to when Steve Waugh told Lance Klusner at the Oval that you've just dropped the World Cup, son. The opposite works for Suryakumar Yadav. He actually saw the World Cup floating in the air and he held on to it. There was no debate. For me, those will be the moments of the final that I'll remember most, taking nothing away from the South African effort. I mean, for South Africa, it was a big, big movement. The first time ever they were in an ICC final of the World Cup, and to be able to come so close, almost have it in the bag, and to see it snatched away.
Right.
That's what sport does to people.
Let's also ask Naresh, Rohit Sharma, the local boy and the captain bringing home the World Cup, what does it mean to the city of Mumbai? Mumbai always, we know, has produced a great number of fantastic superstar cricketers, but for Rohit to do this, for this generation of cricketers, Kapil Dev didn't hail from Mumbai, who was a World Cup winner. MS Dhoni didn't come from Mumbai, but for the first time, Mumbai can say. It's a Mumbaikar who's been born and bred in Mumbai, lived by the Mumbai values of cricket, has now won a title for India.
Huge. It's very huge, Rika. Considering what has happened in the last 6 months, we spoke about how the crowd reacted when Rohit was released from the leadership of Mumbai Indians, most successful in IPL, and then this. I think it's not only big for him, Rohit as a leader from Mumbai, it's for the Mumbai crowd, and that's where the tweet came yesterday. That please be there to celebrate with us. It's for the crowd, how important for Mumbai it is, and we have spoken about the history of Mumbai, how deep-rooted cricket is. In Mumbai, this one kilometer stretch to Wankhede has some iconic gymkhanas and the grounds, 3 to 4 of them, where the competitive cricket is played and the grassroots, the players come up and play that level of cricket. So there's lots about Mumbai, and yes, for Rohit Sharma, very important. We missed out on Sachin Tendulkar. He lifted the trophy in 2011, but he wasn't leading the team. So this is really big for Rohit and for Mumbai and the lovers of cricket in the city.
Right. Thank you. Collective joy of the city, representing, represented by the visuals there of Mumbai. Like my colleague Rika and my co-anchor said this, that Mumbai is the spiritual capital of Indian cricket, a city that bears history and semblance of so much that it has to talk about when it comes to Indian cricket. We have my colleague Anuj joining us, and he's covering the victory march for us. Anuj, tell us what really is happening on the ground. When is the victory march going to start, and where is the team right now as we speak?
Well, I've got a little bit of bad news. We couldn't really keep up with the pace of the traffic when it comes to following the Indian bus, which is why we are still closed. We're still at Santa Cruz, which is not just too far away from the airport. And from the news that we get from the Marine Drive is the fact that a sea of faces have gathered there in Marine Drive to watch the victory parade, and number of people who've come there is unprecedented. No one really expected that amount of people to be there. Everyone thought that, okay, the team's going to land in Mumbai at 4 p.m. so the crowd will start swelling up after that. But quite contrary to that, people started to coming to Marine Drive, be it NCPA, the place from where the victory route was going to start, or even at Wankhede where the event is going to take place. Eventually, all these 3 places were jam-packed 3 to 4 hours before the team even landed in the city. And as we also saw in the airport, a huge number of people were present there, waiting tirelessly to see the trophy and to see the fans. Now, a few things to note here. Firstly, we can see around that it's not the best of the weathers for the victory parade. The rain seems to have kind of picked up pace in different parts of the city, and it is also expected that the Marine Drive, which is of course the seaside area of Mumbai, might also experience some amount of rain, and that will be a concern. Of course, people might be completely undeterred by whatever the rain might have to offer to them, but then the police will of course have to note that as one of the safety measures, because among other things, of course, the entire city is extremely proud and happy of the fact that India has won the World Cup. And as we were talking before, it is Mumbai's own Rohit Sharma to have won.
Anuj, we're trying to ask you, how far are the players from getting on to that open top bus? Are they near to that bus where they are going to eventually get on with the trophy and show it to the fans, or are they very far away from that bus?
They are approaching. The police made sure that the escort, the entire road was made as free for them as possible. So they are quite near to the place from where the victory parade is going to start. Interestingly, the open air bus, the open roof bus, which was going to make them help them in their victory parade, got stuck into the Marine Drive traffic earlier today. That is half an hour ago.
Are they going to take a back route to Nariman Point?
Scenario by
Anuj, are they going to take a back route to Nariman Point, or are they going to take?
So the police made sure that they'll be taking
they are
the
already
route,
on that bus. They are already, the champions are already on that bus, showing that trophy. This was the moment that the Mumbaikars had been waiting for. The whole of India has been waiting for. It has come home. The trophy has come home, and we can show our viewers that the
ट्रेजरर आशीष शेलार और पूरी टीम यहाँ पर दिख रही है। राहुल भाई, बधाई हो, बधाई हो, बधाई हो। और ये आप देख सकते हैं कि मुंबई का लड़का सूर्य कुमार यादव। सूर्या, बहुत ही शानदार ये दृश्य है। 2007-2011 के बाद आज ये टीम इंडिया का दृश्य, और एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर आप ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं। जैसे ही टीम एनसीपीए से निकली उसके बाद की ये तस्वीरें यहाँ पर आप देखने को मिल रही है। और मुख्य तौर पर आप देख सकते हैं कि सूर्या भाई और जय भाई।
Okay, so that is the Indian cricket team that is on top of this this bus now, and that's the victory march that has begun. Now remember that this is a celebration, the whole city of Mumbai erupting in joy to celebrate India's win at the T20 World Cup. And of course, Rohit Sharma and Suryakant Yadav, all heroes of the T20 World Cup. And of course, they've had a busy day since morning. They met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. After that, they flew to Mumbai. And that is the entire team there showing off the World Cup, the T20 World Cup, the trophy there. And of course, this is happening at Wankhede Stadium.
This is happening actually on Marine Drive. They actually hopped onto that bus, and they are now displaying the silverware. They're now displaying the trophy to the fans all along the Marine Drive, and they're approaching the Wankhede Stadium. It is a 1 kilometer stretch from Nariman Point to Marine Drive, but you know, we were told that it will take a couple of hours because there are hundreds and thousands of fans who have queued up along that stretch to catch a glimpse of their favorite cricketers. And you can see all of those heroes there.
It was speculated that the weather was not that great because it was raining today, and still you see so many of them, so many of Mumbaikars having turned up. In fact, the CMO has issued very strict instructions to the police. Traffic disruptions are there, but of course this is a moment of joy. It is something, it is a reflection of collective joy that the city, that the nation feels specifically with regard to this success that we've had after so many ups and downs and so many upsets in the cricket that we saw in the last few months. And of course that is
and it's a moment for a generation to cherish. Many of the 2007 World Cup winners are either sitting in several TV studios across the country or in their drawing rooms witnessing this moment. Gautam Gambhir, of course, has become he took to politics. He became coach. Robin Uthappa has become a TV expert. So has Irfan Pathan. So many of them, part of that team who delivered that memorable victory. MS Dhoni, now retired, enjoys his life as a retired cricketer. So they are not a part of this anymore. However, they will remember. They will remember what was happening back then in 2007 when their victory parade happened in a similar manner in Mumbai. And this is something that is going to be memorable for the fans as well, who are lining up along the streets of Mumbai, because this scene doesn't happen very often.
Right.
It takes very, very long time for a team to reach here, win a World Cup, and not just win in the convincing manner that they have. Let me go back to Rajiv Seth and talk to him about these pictures that are being played out. Hardik Pandya, it's no less than Hardik Pandya who was demonized a few months ago for him taking over the captaincy of Mumbai Indians on the streets of Mumbai, now in the Champions Parade, displaying that trophy. Rajiv, as an expert, how will you break down this moment?
All I can say, Rika, life has come a full circle for Hardik, and rightly so. I mean, it's been a horrid time for him. I covered IPL in official capacity, and as a cricketer, ex-cricketer, and as a an avid fan of this game, I also felt at one stage that no, I think this is a little bit of injustice to a person who's been done so well all along. And for whatever reason, it could be a franchisee this season, it could be a way forward planning, or whatever be the case. End of the day, it's the player, it's the individual who's taken the stick for whatever reason worth. And then what happens is when the chips are down, your performance gets affected. This game is made by the fan. It's played by the player, but ultimately it's made by the fan, and that is what players live their life for. And when you feel absolutely rejected by the audience that you are serving, your morale goes down, and things are very, very low. For a cricketer that he has been all his life, and the gutsy and the fighting person that he is, it was never easy for him, even for a person like him who's come out of injuries, come out of surgeries, and still done well. So I think it's a great case study. It's a good story telling also to see that how you can evolve from your crisis and come back strong and prove a point. You don't need to prove a point.
मेडन टोटल के बीच में ही रुका हुआ है जी.
Well, you can see there the bus carrying the champions, and behind them the convoy of Mumbai police. All the superstars who have collectively put in their might behind winning this World Cup are on that bus, the blue bus. There we can see the champions bus, which has the stars of the Indian cricket team and some of the support staff as well.
वो पहुंचना मुश्किल दिख रहा है, क्योंकि अगर हम देखें तो बड़ी संख्या में जो फैंस है वो रास्ते पर है, और लिहाजा समय जो है वो जरूर लगेगा. मुंबई पुलिस पूरी कवायद कर रही है कि लोगों को तितर बितर किया जाए, लेकिन रास्ते पर इस वक्त विकास जी बहुत ज्यादा भीड़ देखने को मिल रही है. जगह जगह पर फैंस जो है वो टीम इंडिया का अभिवादन या अभिनंदन करते हुए दिख रहे हैं जी.
Well, they are, this team bus is travelling to the Wankhede Stadium. The cricketers displaying the shining silverware, the trophy that they won in West Indies. And I can see on the bus not just the cricketers but the families of the cricketers, some of the Indian cricket board officials like Rajiv Shukla. Of course, in the front is Hardik Pandya. We can see Virat Kohli. We can see Kuldeep Yadav. Rohit Sharma sitting behind. He has given it to the boys to cherish the moment. Rahul Dravid is also there, sitting somewhere behind, but he's not in the front.
I think the most prominent is Hardik Pandya, right? So tell us about all the things that he faced, and this is him owning the success.
That's exactly what Rajiv was talking about. Life has come a full circle. Virat Kohli, Jasprit.
I can see Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah, Jasprit Bumrah, and you have the other Mumbai boy there also, Yashasvi Jaiswal. I think he's the one right in the front next to Pandya, though he wasn't the team, but he wasn't a part of the campaign. So he's the fourth Mumbaikar who was in the team to have won the World Cup medal. Pretty special pictures they are. And Virat Kohli, the last time he won the World Cup in the Indian cricket team, 2011, he was sent right back to his IPL camp, and there was no celebration like this. And I'm sure Kohli, being full of life, Kohli the way he is, he enjoys moments like this, and he must be soaking up everything that is happening around him right now. He's always under so much of scrutiny. There's just so much pressure
what do you think Virat must be
Kohli.
thinking right now, right? Because he's gone through
Virat
so much.
Kohli, there was just so much pressure on Virat Kohli during the course of the tournament. He didn't score throughout the tournament, and people kept asking whether it's the right thing to put him as an opener or not, because just before that he had a spectacular IPL. He emerged as the top run scorer in the IPL. He goes into the World Cup, and successive failures. Then in the final, he plays the knock to remember, the knock that finally gives India the World Cup. He does a star turn in the World Cup. He is a big match player. I think Virat Kohli and the entire cricket team out there, they deserve a moment like this. They deserve every bit of the adulation, every bit of the love, the praises that they are getting right now, because this is the moment that they have lived for all their lives. From the time, Vasudha, they were teenagers, this is the moment that they had dreamt about.
Sarika, tell us, what are the changes that BCCI made, with respect to, clearly the body is also being credited with a lot of success with this.
I think with Indian cricket system, the thing that you would like to give it to BCCI is that they have created a great pipeline. The cricketing system in India is such that today that there are several age groups of cricket, and I would like to take that question to Rajiv, who follows the domestic Indian cricket system a lot. He also commentates on the domestic system. Rajiv, Vasudha is basically asking, what are the changes that BCCI has brought about in the Indian cricketing structure in the last few years, or maybe a last couple of decades?
Rika, there's a lot to talk about, as you very briefly mentioned, in terms of the structure, the distribution network, as we say, of the pool of cricketers that we talk about, coming from the remotest of places and doing honors. Rinku Singh is one such great example. So, the BCCI domestic cricket is one of the best, not one of the best, probably the best in the world. You can imagine 2,500 to 3,000 matches being conducted by one body as a parent body in a season of 6 to 7 months. This is phenomenal. I mean, look at the kind of logistics and look at the kind of planning that you would need. And here you have number of states who are participating, and then you have the Northeast states who are getting the opportunity to come good. So there is a plethora. There's a whole lot of stuff that is happening in the scheme of things. Then you have the National Cricket Academy doing wonderfully well. It's not just catering to the guys knocking on the door to break into Indian team, but it's also academy that caters to not just the rehab process for many of the current cricketers, but also to make sure that they mingle around with the upcoming cricketers and they do well. And that's where VVS has done a great job. And Rahul has come from there, that pedestal early on. So it's a great system that they've said. And mind you, let's not take anything away from the state associations. State associations are investing heavily, obviously with the support of BCCI, with the subsidies. They are investing heavily in the infrastructure. Look at the kind of grounds which most of these states have got now. Gone are the days when we used to talk about 1 or 2 stadiums in a place or 1 or 2 grounds in a location or in a city. Now you have multiple. To conduct a domestic tournament, you need to have minimum number of grounds that could cater to all the elements that are required to conduct a first-class match or high above. So you have so much of infrastructure that has come into play, and that's where it has really boomeranged. It's really multiplied into the result-oriented world. And BCCI, that's why today is in a position to have pool of cricketers sitting on the bench and can form another Indian team who can visit at the same time to a different location. So this is the best part, and the way it is handled. It is. You have to give credit to BCCI, to Mr. Jay Shah, to Mr. Roger Binney, the entire team, and the entire the committee. The way they think and the way they plan, and they engage ex-cricketers and bring the best out of the knowledge bank that they have. And this is what I think the world is learning from BCCI in many sense. And we are no longer in a spree where we have to see what ECB is doing or ACB is doing. It's the other way around. And that is the silver lining. That's the best part for BCCI.
And Prakash, it's not just about the men's cricket that BCCI has been able to transform, but women's cricket as well. And I think it is an appropriate time to talk about that as well.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the WPL having started, 2 seasons done. Look, the reality is that there was a time when even women's cricket really didn't have any support at all. I mean, players like Shanta Rangaswamy, Diana Edelji, Shubhangi Kulkarni will all tell you how hard it was for them even to be able to go on bilateral tours, raising money and whatever. And then I think it was during Mr. Pawar's time as BCCI president that things moved forward. And after that, the support that women's cricket have gone has resulted in the kind of results we are beginning to see. I mean, just in October this year will be the World Cup in Bangladesh. And I won't be surprised if Indian women actually try and may well emulate the men, even though they have a very stiff opposition from the SENA countries, particularly England and Australia. But there is huge development. So BCCI is a body that I think gets criticized overseas because of jealousy. I don't think there's any other reason. The other boards, the other countries really would give an arm and a leg to be in the position that the BCCI is in. But the reality is the BCCI, like Rakesh said, 83, 84, 85 were tough years. And before that, even tougher. For them to have realized, I mean, remember there was a time when the BCCI paid Doordarshan to telecast a cricket match. And for all of you television broadcast journalists and managers, you think about it. What does that mean in the context of what it is today? Look at the rights for the various games that are being sold. That is how intelligently the BCCI has monetized the game. Some will argue there's too much of it. Some will argue there's too much money. But look, a sports person's career is short, and one should not begrudge any one of them every penny that they make, because they are doing it while they are enjoying themselves. And when moments like the one we are witnessing now arrives, it is absolutely remarkable, and it brings the nation together. It gives the whole nation joy. Everybody celebrates. I remember in 1971, I was in Nagpur the day that Tony Lewis's men were defeated by Ajit Wadekar. I remember going on a bicycle and getting mithai. So it's that kind of fervor which has continued and only grown. So it is phenomenal for what the BCCI does, and more power to them. And let's hope that they can do more and more. Maybe now they have to start playing an even bigger role by helping the boards as they have in the past. They have helped out the Sri Lankan board. I know they've helped out the West Indies board, because ultimately this game we love will only be as strong as the best teams come through and more countries play this sport.
Prakash, it's interesting that you talk about BCCI and how it has evolved. Credit goes to one very intelligent, I would say two very intelligent administrators that BCCI has had in the past, Jagmohan Dalmia and IS Bindra, who really brought money into the game of cricket. Pilcom, that was formed during the World Cup, and that Pilcom, it is a full story of how they sold the Indian cricket rights, and everything is history now. The generations of cricket administrators later have enjoyed the fruits of their labor, that Jagmohan Dalmia and IS Bindra had put in back in those days. And today, these pictures are a result of the effort that many of these star administrators also put into the game of cricket. We'll take a quick break at this time and come back with all the coverage, with all the street party and the excitement that is happening in the Maximum City as the champions take their cup into the Wankhede Stadium.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Friends, it's time now to move into my personal favorite section, which is called Ask TG, and it's for a reason, क्योंकि आप मुझसे सवाल पूछते हैं and I get back to you with full details on all your questions. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. You know, it's very easy, it's very convenient, and अगर आपके पास में दो अलग-अलग phones हैं, essentially I carry two phones और मैं यही करता हूँ, so that both my WhatsApp accounts are on both the phones, which is very simple. आप केवल you can utilize the option of linking a device, and if you link another device to your main account, essentially you have same WhatsApp दो अलग-अलग phones पे. मैं ये करता हूँ so that for example if
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV.
To the Wankhede Stadium, and those are the team members of the cricket team of who finally got us the cup of T20 World Cup.
Absolutely, the victorious Indian cricket team showing off their trophy to the Indian cricket fans, the trophy that has been won for the fans because of the love of the fans is being displayed to them on that open-top bus. Leading the parade is Hardik Pandya. Sitting next to him are the likes of Virat Kohli, Jasprit Bumrah, local boy Shivam Dubey. We saw Surya Kumar Yadav, Rohit Sharma and Rahul Dravid have taken a back seat. In fact, they are also in that bus, but they are sitting a little behind. They have allowed the boys to take charge of this victory parade.
Absolutely, Rika. We can also see some officials of BCCI, and of course, what is going to happen at this at Wankhede Stadium? Tell us about that, and also what is the symbolism? I mean, you can get the visuals.
With the trophy, displaying the trophy to the fans. Inside the Wankhede Stadium, I believe that the team will be felicitated. There will be checks distributed to the Indian cricket team. BCCI is going to give out prize money of 125 crore rupees to the winning team, and those checks will be distributed. There's a felicitation function for about half an hour, but things have been delayed for very long. They are still on the streets of Mumbai. That function wouldn't take longer than half an hour, but it'll probably take them some more time to get to the Wankhede Stadium. We'll have to wait for that moment.
Of course, Rika, this I think is the actual celebration because like you said, the fans looking at their heroes and the heroes in some ways accepting this validation, the validation that they've worked for so long. And of course, this is the same team that has gone through a lot. So tell us about, what exactly could be going on in their minds, because this is something they've waited for. And of course, with everything that happened last year, all the bad luck and all the good luck, tell us, what do you think they could be thinking right now?
I think at this point, Vasudha, they aren't thinking too much. They are seeing what is to be seen. They're hearing what is to be heard. They're noticing what is to be noticed. Only when they go back home, they sit back and they have some time to reflect. Will they think what they achieved and what was the result of that achievement? This is the result. This is the impact. The impact measurement, I don't think is happening right now. The impact measurement will happen after they go back home. Right now, I think it's Akshar Patel showing the trophy. And look, some of the cricketers themselves are taking selfies because it's a moment for them to take selfies with the team. When they go back home, for some time now, they are going to miss this this feeling of being with the team, this feeling of being with their brothers. So right now, they are trying to take in as much as possible from the moment, enjoy the moment. And when they go back home, will they think, will they measure the impact that they created on Indian cricket, on sports at large?
Absolutely, and the adulation that is coming their way is clearly something they wanted, hoped, and of course something that they deserved so much.
Absolutely, there isn't a team that deserved this any better than Rohit Sharma's team. They came very close to winning the World Cup last year, couldn't cross the finish line, but they have done it right now, and there you can see Captain Sharma rejoicing the moment with the Indian cricket team, with his boys. With that, we will go into a very short break at this hour. But do stay with us because we are getting you blow-by-blow coverage of the Indian cricket team's victory march in Mumbai as they head to the Wankhede Stadium.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-present. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ए आयो भाग पैसाबाजार.com।
So basically, अगर आप Android use करते हैं या iPhone use करते हैं, doesn't matter.
Up to you, actor Angad Bedi is joining us to talk about what's happening in Mumbai today. Today, Mumbai reflects what the nation is thinking, and of course, all the celebration. Thank you, Angad, for joining us on NDTV. Tell us, are you in Mumbai, and tell us how is the city responding to this? This is clearly a reflection of what the nation wants right now. Clearly, a celebration of joy.
Yes, it's a repeat of 2011. Marine Drive is exactly the same the way it was in 2011. The only difference is that time it was done for Master Blaster, the great Sachin Tendulkar, and this time it's been done for the wonderful legends in Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. And there's some wonderful visuals that I saw of both lifting the cup on Marine Drive, and the fans are going into a tizzy. And I just feel that, yes, I was driving. I was in Bandra, and the roads in Bandra are completely empty because everybody is on Marine Drive. So, I think the traffic police has a big job on their hands, but they're doing a wonderful job. I remember I was part of, I went to see the semi-final and final of 2011, where Yuvraj Singh played those wonderful knocks, and so did Gautam Gambhir. And MS Dhoni hit that wonderful six to lift that trophy. Now, that side and that memory has always and will be etched in my mind. But these visuals take me back to 2011, and I'm so happy. And I feel just not me as a fan and as a follower of cricket, but the millions and billions of fans, because cricket is religion in our country, and every Indian eats, breathes, and sleeps cricket, is extremely happy that the cup has come back after 13 years.
Angad, this is Rika Roy from NDTV Studios. I really have to ask you about, what does it really mean to this generation of cricket fans? Because these victories are generational. We saw Kapil Dev lift the cup, we saw MS Dhoni lift the cup, and now 13 years later, another Cricket World Cup being lifted by Rohit Sharma, 3 different generations. What does it really mean to this generation of cricket fans, this World Cup coming to India?
See, what it really means is you have to understand one thing is that Test cricket used to be the ultimate, test of skill. It still is. But then, obviously, we have changed and evolved, and 50 overs took over. One-day cricket happened. In 1983, we won the World Cup for the first time, despite, doing well in 75 and 79 also. But West Indies was a team to beat after, they, being the biggest powerhouse in world cricket. But cricket evolved. From 50, it went on to T20, and also the current generation, the Gen Z audience, is a big follower of T20 cricket. It's only evolved for the better. The running between the wickets has gotten faster. The fielding has become better. To think quickly, on their toes, the players are doing a wonderful job. There have been players like Mr. 360, AB de Villiers holds that title. But then we also have a Surya Kumar, and then we also have a Jasprit Bumrah, and we also have an Arshdeep Singh. And we also have people like Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, Rishabh Pant, and the unsung hero, Hardik Pandya.
Angad, I'll ask you an unusual question. Your father has been a great servant of Indian cricket, one of the legendary cricketers, superstars of his generation. If you were to look at this team today, can you pick out one cricketer who has his temperament?
He had a good time with my father. I remember there were times because I've represented Delhi in under 16, under 19 myself, and there used to be times when he was in under 14, I think that time, yes. And he spent a lot of time with my father, and I remember most of the professional athletes, cricketers that time used to run away from him. Reason being because he used to spend and he used to really emphasize on the fact that how important fitness is, and they thought that that time he was too hard and he was too harsh on the players. But then again, I just think that today they're following the same temperament and the same template that he had set. And Virat Kohli is the biggest brand ambassador as far as fitness is concerned, because since he has been playing and we have seen the transformation of his physique ourselves, from being the Chiku to being the legendary man for Virat Kohli, and how important fitness is and always will be to him. If you see, there have been some really good interviews of his that I have followed on social media where he has spoken about the importance of being physically fit. It's about the importance of running between the wickets to go and minimize the time in the distance between the yards as far as the ball and the fielder is concerned. So I just feel, yes, well, that
I'll have
was
to
set
ask you one last question. How would the great Bishan Bedi have reacted to these pictures of India winning the World Cup today?
Well, he would have just said to the entire team that, well done, keep your head between your shoulders and be, keep your head down and keep marching forward. This is behind y'all, and now you've got to set higher goals and bigger standards for yourself, because he would have said that the sky is the limit because there's such wonderful talent there representing our country. So, yeah, he would have said, well done, son.
Perhaps that's what all the great cricketers of previous generation would say, and that's perhaps what Rahul Dravid is also telling the boys. Thank you very much, Angad, for joining us on the broadcast at this hour. With that, we'll take a quick break on the show. We're on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
It's the most consequential British general election for a generation. Will 14 years of conservative rule come to an end in the United Kingdom? Is the UK likely to get a new Prime Minister? Will the Tories suffer a total wipeout and head towards electoral extinction? Will the Labour Party clinch an unprecedented victory? Stay tuned for comprehensive, non-stop live updates on the NDTV network.
Friends, it's time now to move into my personal favorite section, which is called Ask TG, and it's for a reason, क्योंकि आप मुझसे सवाल पूछते हैं and I get back to you with full details on all your questions. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. You know, it's very easy, it's very convenient, and अगर आपके पास में दो अलग-अलग phones हैं, essentially I carry two phones और मैं यही करता हूँ, so that both my WhatsApp accounts are on both the phones, which is very simple. आप केवल, you can utilize the option of linking a device, and if you link another device to your main account, essentially you have same WhatsApp दो अलग-अलग phones पे. मैं ये करता हूँ so that for example if I'm moving out and I don't want to carry both the phones, अगर मैं एक फ़ोन लेके बाहर जाता हूँ, it still has access to both my WhatsApp accounts. बड़ा easy है, you can use link a device feature, you can add an account. Quite easy, quite useful and quite a lifesaver, I would say. कि अगर एक फ़ोन की बैटरी भी लो हो जाए, still that WhatsApp won't turn off.
Stay informed.
Good evening, welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom on the programme tonight, a day after Rahul Gandhi played out a video reasserting his claim that the family of the Agniveer soldier killed in the line of duty did not receive any remuneration from the government, a clarification from the family of the soldier Ajay Kumar. They have in fact received 98 lakh rupees so far, with a lot more yet to be received, but that will go their way. But what the family now says is that they want the Agnipath scheme to be scrapped altogether. So in this discussion, in this debate, there are two separate issues. Number one, did the family receive compensation? Yes, exactly as the army said they did. Number two, does the Agnipath scheme work, or is it a step back from the earlier system of recruitment? We'll be debating both points on the show tonight. Also on the program, a new report published by the Lancet Planet makes the point that 33,000 Indians in 10 Indian cities die of air pollution annually at pollution levels below India's current air quality standards. This means that India's clean air threshold is simply too high and needs to match or get closer to what the World Health Organization recommends. There is, after all, little point in having national clean air standards which don't prevent the death of citizens. Also in some news coming in, the BJP MP and senior advocate Mahesh Jethmalani has made some startling claims concerning the Hindenburg attack on the Adani Group. In a long post on the social media platform X, Mr. Jethmalani has claimed that a China link exists to the short sellers attack on the Adani Group. He says that the SEBI notice to the Kotak Mahindra Bank over the attack has exposed this China role. The Securities and Exchange Board of India has recently issued notice to Kotak over the Hindenburg report. Mr. Jethmalani has claimed that Hindenburg and Kingdom Capital are linked, in fact, to China in the Adani short selling case. So we'll try and understand, break down what exactly issues there are and what the allegations of this conspiracy are all about. But that'll be later on the program. But first, it's been intense in terms of claims and counterclaims on whether an Agniveer who was tragically killed in action on the line of duty in a landmine blast, whether his family did receive the compensation that it is due. In Parliament a couple of days back, Rahul Gandhi said that in fact the family didn't. He then put out tweets and he put out a video of the family with the father saying they haven't received any funds. But when we visited this family today, the father says, no, in fact, they have received the funds, but they do continue to have problems with the Agnipath scheme.
It is this family in Ramgarh Sardaran, in Punjab, who hold the key over what has become a huge political battle between the Congress and the BJP.
मैं उसे शहीद कह रहा हूं। सदन को गुमराह करने की कोशिश न करें।
Did the government fail to pay the family of the soldier Agniveer Ajay Kumar compensation for his death in a tragic landmine blast in January in Kashmir? A day after the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi played out a video of Charanjit Singh, the father of the late soldier, saying compensation had not been paid, there was this clarification when NDTV reached his home with our cameras.
वही देख रहे हैं भी जो पैसे तो चलो मिल ही रहे हैं, पैसे की कोई दिक्कतें ना मिले पैसे की नहीं, क्योंकि सानू तो अग्निवीर योजना जी रद्द होनी चाहिए।
The political debate on whether the family was compensated first broke in Parliament earlier this week when Rahul Gandhi insisted that no compensation had been provided.
अग्निवीर की सच्चाई मैंने फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पे रखी है और राजनाथ सिंह जी ने भी कहा है, जो रियलिटी है वो हिंदुस्तान की सेना को मालूम है, वो अग्निवीरों को मालूम है, उनके कहने से या मेरे कहने से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, सच्चाई तो उनको मालूम है सच्चाई कौन बोल रहा है।
The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh immediately responded, denying the allegations, and yesterday, after Mr. Gandhi posted a fresh video of the soldier's father, the Indian Army issued a formal statement. It is emphasized that the Indian Army salutes the supreme sacrifice made by Agniveer Ajay Kumar. Of the total amount due, family of Agniveer Ajay has already been paid rupees 98.39 lakhs, ex gratia and other benefits amounting to approximately 67 lakhs as applicable according to the provisions of Agniveer scheme will be paid on final account settlement shortly post due police verification. The total amount will be rupees 1.65 crore approximately. The Congress though says their concern is the larger issue of the Agnipath scheme, the new recruitment process for those who join the forces in non-officer ranks. The Congress says after 4 years, when these soldiers end their tour of duty, they are left high and dry without any pension or benefit. Today, Agniveer Ajay Kumar's family echoed the line.
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਅਗਨੀਵੀਰ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੱਦ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਰੈਗੂਲਰ ਭਰਤੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਰੈਗੂਲਰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਫੌਜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਭਰਤੀ ਆ ਫੈਸਿਲਿਟੀ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫੈਸਿਲਿਟੀ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਨਾ ਪੈਨਸ਼ਨ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਸਹੂਲਤ ਆ आर्मी वालों की तरफ से फौज की वो सहूलतें मिलनी चाहिए अग्निवीर योजना बंद होकर रेगुलर भर्ती होनी चाहिए सानू ये चाहुंदे असीं
अग्निवीर च कोई पेंशन नहीं कोई राशन कार्ड नहीं असीं तो जो ਉਹਦੇ कार्ड कोई चलाया ही नहीं उस तो बाद जिस दिन तो साडा भरा गया आ उस तो बाद सानू कोई राशन कार्ड दी सहूलत नहीं किसी ने सानू कुछ नहीं पुछया हैगा भी तुसीं किवें गुजारा करदे आ किवें नहीं अकाउंट 'ਚ पैसिਆਂ ਨੂੰ कौन देखदा कोई नहीं देखदा
The Congress has repeatedly said that the Agnipath scheme will be shut down if the opposition comes to power. The government insists it has its advantages and is a model followed by several countries around the world. With Gurpreet Singh Chinna from Punjab and Vishnu Som, Bureau Report, NDTV.
So there are two parts of this debate. One, the political one between the Congress and the BJP, the opposition and the NDA as it were. And then, of course, the larger issue on the scheme itself. We'll try and deal with both aspects of this and try and deal with the scheme and whether it's working or not separately from the politics. So, J.B. Mathur, member of the Rajya Sabha and spokesperson of the Congress with us, Dr. Syed Zafar Islam of the BJP with us. I'm also joined by Major General B.S. Dhanoa and Lieutenant General Satish Dua, who'd perhaps like to deal more with the scheme itself. I'll come to them in a moment. J.B. Mathur, why did Rahul Gandhi claim that money had not, or remuneration, emoluments, had not been received by the family when in fact it had been transferred?
Vishnu, the Rahul Gandhi ji, the video that is posted yesterday, it is Shahid Ajay Singh ji's father speaking. So it is father's emotions, father's words, and father in that video, before the parliament speech and after the speech, that video contains both the segments. So in that he is speaking very emotionally that, you know, it is very unfortunate that the parents, the father of the Shahid Agniveer have to stay with a begging bowl in front of the government. Now, after all these repercussions and issues and voice raised by the opposition at multiple levels, at multiple forums, now it is said that the compensation is paid. But the basic issue remains the same. You consider when a martyr, as far as the soldier is concerned,
a soldier killed in action,
the regular soldier is concerned, he gets more than 2.5 crores. But whereas in Agniveer, he is not even called a Shaheed, he is not even called a killed in action, or he is not called a martyr. And there are various differences between Agniveer and soldier.
A point of correction, the word martyr is not accepted in India. In fact, this is a statement in Parliament. The word is killed in action, and it's important to explain why. The word martyr implies, and if you look at the dictionary, it says so as well, a fight or a battle for a religious cause. The Indian Army, the armed forces don't fight for a religious cause. They fight for the constitution of the country. So there is no martyr. He was killed in action or killed in the line of duty.
That's fine, Vishnu. Okay, they don't term it as killed in action also. That respect is not given. We have seen instances where an Agniveer dies, that he is not given the proper respect he should be given, whereas the other soldiers gets it.
But ma'am, how is that the case?
That is why the emotions of an Agniveer who died is what the parent says.
No, but ma'am, how do you say an Agniveer is not given proper respect? Because in this particular case, he was, I mean, when he passed away very tragically, he was honored properly by the military in the way that they do. In fact, the army has tweeted that as well. So how was he not honored or respected?
No, there are multiple, 13 Agniveers have passed away in this time. And we have heard complaints, we have received, there have been media reports of how Agniveer is not respected, or even.
But on what basis are they not respected, ma'am? You can disagree with ma'am, with the entire Agnipath scheme. That's one part of it. But where is the lack of respect? Because I can actually tell you, in terms of remuneration or what they are due, if an Agniveer loses his or her life, they are compensated, proportionately. And the benefits in the case of death, which somebody who is there for a full tenure is balanced out by what an Agniveer gets. It's pretty much the same. It really depends on the balance amount of tenure that you have left. So that is where there is a bit of a variable between what an Agniveer earns and what a regular soldier earns. Or is remunerated.
It's not the same. You heard in your report, the video which was just played in this show itself. The video clearly says the family saying that we don't get pension. So that is their emotion. See, if you look at the scheme between Agniveer and
it has no pension, quite right.
There is
Correct,
a big
quite
difference.
Right. There is no pension, and that is a key problem. But ma'am, just one more point, and I will talk about the larger scheme.
They are giving their life.
I will talk about the larger scheme, ma'am.
They are giving their life to the nation.
Right.
They are willing to give their life to the nation. And why they have to go through this?
Right.
And then because of this
just one point,
scheme,
I'll talk about the scheme.
Earlier there used to be 75,000 youth who used to be getting the opportunity to be in
we'll talk
army.
about the scheme.
Now it is
I promise you we will
1/4.
talk about the merits of the scheme. But I'm trying to understand from a political standpoint, why did Rahul Gandhi make the statement in Parliament? Why did he play out that video? When on the simple issue on whether or not this family received the funds, he could have picked up the phone and called up the army or the defense ministry before making such an elaborate claim, which was not correct. I'm just asking a limited point.
On the limited point, I wish to place on record, Rahul Gandhi ji spoke for the family's emotion. What the family, see, you are not disputing that the tape is doctored. You are not saying that the family's
No, ma'am, the tape is not doctored at all.
Ajay Singh's father. So it's all
But
the
should
same.
he also not check from the government? Because there has never been a case of a soldier, in normal circumstances, not being remunerated or the family not being remunerated. It's something which is, it's automated. There's the regiment which moves in, it's the formation which moves in, it's the corps, it is the command which moves in. People go in, ensure that the family gets the funds. There is a timetable. It comes from insurance, it comes from the army, it comes from the Army Wives Welfare Association and other areas as well. So it's a properly laid out legal process. To suggest that that didn't happen, shouldn't he have fact-checked this?
It is not somebody who said it, it is Ajay Singh's father. So Rahul Gandhi ji respects the emotions of that family who lost their son. So Rahul Gandhi ji is a voice of the people, so he has conveyed it. And because of he has conveyed this, so much of the discussion on the Agniveer and the flaws related to the Agniveer. So let's look at it from the point of view that the family emotions have been conveyed in the parliament by Rahul Gandhi.
Got it. And we will talk about the Agnipath scheme in a moment, but I just wanted to get a quick response from Dr. Syed Zafar Islam. Do you accept that argument that, look, this was a family which was obviously overrun by emotion? It is a fact that the father did say that we haven't been compensated, the family hasn't been remunerated, and therefore Rahul Gandhi got it wrong on the basis of what the father said. Is that an explanation acceptable to you?
Well, today, clearly after seeing this video, both the videos, it is so apparent that Congress is completely stands exposed. Rahul Gandhi ji has jumped the gun, he stands exposed. And that is why I heard J.B. Mathur ji, she was also struggling to speak, and they have no legs to stand, clearly because they stand completely exposed. First of all, they were trying to mislead the nation. This old video, they were showing, even at the two payment was made in February and June. So even this May video, perhaps it is not correct to say that they have not been compensated. He was compensated, family was compensated in February, partly, then in June, and after the police verification, so 98 point some lakh has already been compensated, what the Honorable Defence Minister has stated on the floor of the Parliament. Then, of course, after the police verification, another 67 lakh to be paid. So put together, around 1.65 crore to be paid, out of which 98 lakh has already been paid in 2 installments in April, in February and June. So when Rahul Gandhi ji was talking about that they have not been compensated, is absolutely baseless. It is away from reality.
Okay.
He should have actually consulted or checked the fact before making this kind of statement. So, first of all, when he was merely a leader of his party and still trying to mislead the nation, I can understand that we can see differently. But when he is the leader of opposition, a very important constitutional position, then he should not resort to misleading the nation like he did by tweeting something which is factually incorrect.
Okay.
So all I am trying to tell you that Congress stand exposed, and this kind of a behavior of Rahul Gandhi will again make him a very non-serious kind of politician, and of course people will view him that his tweets should not be taken at face value, because he has done in the past also.
All right, one second, sir. Let me just go across.
Many instances he has
you made your point, Zafar
and
bhai.
of course later it has been clarified
Zafar
that
Sahib, you made your point. I want to go across to General Satish Dua first. General Dua, in terms of remuneration for the families or the next of kins of soldiers, of Agniveers killed in action, is the process and the remuneration fair in your opinion?
Look, Vishnu, this is a new scheme, so the details are not very well known to everyone. But the short answer to your question is that the remuneration to someone killed in action is fair in terms of proportionality of the service or terms of services of that individual. Because the Agniveer scheme was launched with different terms and conditions than was the process of recruitment earlier. So to that extent, there is a little difference. But as you can see, as facts that have been brought out and have been discussed by other co-panelists, that a fairly large sum has already been paid, and some more is due after the police verification. So to that extent, it is being paid as per the terms of service.
Okay. General Dhanwa, on to the larger issue, and perhaps the largest issue, is that these soldiers, ultimately, the Agniveer soldiers, are not given a pension. They are out of service in 4 years. There has been widespread dissent in the country as a result of this, and there are questions being raised on the quality of soldiers that we get after the training that they now receive. Is there merit in these arguments?
Well, Vishnu, as far as the new recruitment scheme itself is concerned, I want to make it clear that every government which is in power has the right to change the terms and conditions for how youth enter the military, as long as it is done in a manner which is transparent, where there is wide consultation amongst all the stakeholders. And it is then announced for one and all to understand that this is what you are now getting into. And from the time that the scheme was first mooted, sometime in 2020-21, till its introduction 2 years back, a lot of us have been saying that we do not question the right of the government to change a recruitment scheme. But definitely there are flaws in the existing scheme, and therefore you need to relook it and try and improve the overall satisfaction that is there to an individual who joins, as well as to the overall efficiency, the professional capabilities, and the kind of intake which is needed across the 3 services. So that's one point. we've been saying that please have a wider consultation. This unfortunate toing and froing over whether the compensation is correct or not, it is a malaise which is indicating that between the democratically elected members who are there in Parliament, they themselves are not in agreement. And this would not have happened had consultation in Parliament or in at least the Standing Committee for Defence taken place, and wider discussions could have been held so that a better scheme came out. What we have now is what we have to live with. Even then, there have been suggestions that this can be improved, and I'm sure that Sena heads will take a look at it, and we should be able to reach a point where within the scheme, giving it the right tweaks and giving it the right changes, it should work better for the nation as well as for the youth as well as for the military.
General Dua, are you satisfied that the training that these young Agniveers, men and women, receive will be enough to get them jobs after 4 years? Because the key point of difference has been employment. Young people in the country want to join the forces not just for a sense of patriotism or their sense of wanting to serve the flag, but also because it is an earning. And therefore the worry was that what happens to us 4 years later? The government came up with various answers to that question, including how there'd be companies lining up for Agniveers, there would be education courses for them as well to enhance their capabilities, etc., etc. Do you believe that those arguments are satisfactory?
Well, Vishnu, the real proof of this will come after 4 years. I mean, we've already been 2 years into the scheme.
So about 2 more years.
Because 2 more years to go. Because when some of them will get retrenched, if it is not tweaked in the meanwhile, at present it stands that 75% will be retrenched. 75% of Agniveer will be retrenched. Now, if that is going to be the case, several provisions have been made, whether it is CAPF or in the industry, in the corporate.
Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें, तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device to play games, watch some content, या phone पे बात कर लो या text कर लो. But you know what? There's a lot happening behind the scenes because this small little device is packed with multiple sensors. हो सकता है आपने सुना होगा about accelerometer या gyroscope कि कैसे ये sensors काम करते हैं. जब आप अपनी गैलरी में किसी फोटो देखते जब फोन को रोटेट करते हैं तो फोटो रोटेट हो जाती है, all thanks to accelerometer. या फिर जैसे आप जब गेम्स खेलते हैं तो how you can use some gestures, all thanks to gyroscope. But इसके अलावा in a standard smartphone,
समर्थ बाय हंडे जो इनिशिएटिव है वो काफ़ी हम जैसे बडिंग एथलीट्स जो हैं उन्हें काफ़ी हेल्प करता है, क्योंकि हम क्या होता है कि एक स्टेज के बाद हमें अपना लेवल अप करना होता है गेम का, तो जब वो गेम को लेवल अप करने के लिए फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट भी चाहिए, जिसकी वजह से हमें वो फाइनेंशियली हेल्प करते हैं एथलीट्स को और हम अपना गोल अचीव कर पाते हैं. सबसे पहले जब आप ट्रेनिंग करने जाते हो तो जब आप फर्स्ट डे होता है तो आप थोड़ी ट्रेनिंग करते 2-3 और फिर कोच साहब पूछते हैं कि अभी पासपोर्ट बना हुआ है तेरा? मैंने कहा नहीं बना हुआ मेरा, तो कह रहे बनवा ले चल अब तू.
The Grand Prix 2022 is all set to begin in Dubai. This event will be even more important for India's shot put para-athlete, Abhishek Chamoli, as this would be his opportunity to secure an official category under the World Para-Athletics classification rules.
उन्होंने मेरी चेयर लगवाई, मेरे से थ्रो करवाई, मैंने थ्रो करी अपना, मैं उतरा और जो कहते कि हमने कंसिडर करा है आपको F54 देने की, F50 यू आर F54 एथलीट.
हमने तो यही सोचा था इसको 53 कैटेगरी मिलेगी और 53 कैटेगरी में ओलंपिक में शॉटपुट होता है.
2020 से मैंने ट्रेनिंग शुरू कर दी थी और 2022 में 21-22 में मेरे को पता लगता है भाई आप तो F53 नहीं हो, आप F54 हो, और आप F54 के लिए F54 में शॉट पुट भी खेल सकते हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, बट वो एशियन गेम्स तक ही खेल सकते हो। अगर आपको ओलंपिक खेलना तो यू हैव टू ऑप्ट फॉर जैवलिन। मैंने अपना पूरा वाइट बोर्ड था मेरे पास, मैंने सब इरेज करा अपना, जो भी मैं वो करता था उसमें ट्रेनिंग का लिखता था, मेरी क्या ट्रेनिंग है, कैसे मेरे गोल्स हैं, वो सब इरेज करके मैंने फिर अपना एक नया बनाया जैवलिन, और उसको डॉट डाल के अपना, फिर उसके नीचे से फिर मैंने सारी अपनी नेक्स्ट न्यू जर्नी, जिसको कहते हैं न्यू जर्नी विद सम ओल्ड थिंग्स इन इट, वो स्टार्ट करी, और फिर उसके बाद से मैं आई स्टार्टेड प्लेइंग जैवलिन। बट जब आई स्टार्टेड ट्रेनिंग फॉर जैवलिन, कुछ नहीं समझ आया, कुछ भी नहीं समझ आया मेरे को वहाँ पर। कुछ सर करवाते थे, मुझे समझ नहीं आता था, क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा डिनाइल में चले गया था।
शॉर्ट पुट से जैवलिन में लाने में सब लोगों ने बोल दिया था कि अभिषेक जो है नहीं कर सकता जैवलिन, और कोचेस ने भी बोला था कि अभिषेक नहीं कर सकता जैवलिन, क्योंकि पर मैंने हिम्मत नहीं हारी, मैंने बोला नहीं अभिषेक करेगा।
मैं जब जैवलिन फेंकता था अभी टिप ऊपर हो जाती थी, जैवलिन ऐसे चढ़ रहा था रॉकेट की तरह ऊपर, अजीब सा अटपटा सा गिरता था वो नीचे।
इसके लिए टफ था, इसका क्या टफ था कि जैवलिन में फिटनेस लेवल बहुत हाई होना चाहिए, ऐसे नहीं है कि पावर से आप जैवलिन कर लोगे।
मेन उसमें हमारा जर्क, मोबिलिटी और रोटेशन, और यही है जिसकी अच्छी रोटेशन है, जर्क है जो पीछे लेके पूरा फेंक देगा, उसका अच्छा है।
अभिषेक के केस में क्या है कि इसकी हाइट बहुत अच्छी है, 6'1" है, इसका बॉडी वेट भी प्रॉपर सही है, 90 kg के करीब है इसका बॉडी वेट, है ना। तो अब क्या है, अब आता है कि फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, टेक्निक, ये सारा कुछ, और अगर आपकी बॉडी में फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है तो आपको टेक्निक करने में उतनी ही आसानी हो जाएगी।
तो उसको जितने घंटे हमने प्रैक्टिस कराया उतने घंटे प्रैक्टिस किया भी है। उसको बोला कि घर पे जाके इतने घंटे करना है, उसने घर जाके उतने घंटे प्रैक्टिस किया। उसको बोला स्टेडियम में इतने घंटे करना है, उसने उतने घंटे किया।
तो इसका भी यही केस था कि ये शुरू में ही 17, 18, 19, 20 मीटर फेंकने लग गया था लकड़ी के जैवलिन से भी। पर ये चैलेंज तो था ही हमारे लिए कि भाई एक साल में 2 कंपटीशन आ रहे हैं, बड़े कंपटीशन, और उसको तैयार करना है।
और उसने करके भी दिखाया, उसने नेशनल रिकॉर्ड बनाया।
इन इटली आई वॉन माई फर्स्ट इंटरनेशनल गोल्ड मेडल इन जैवलिन। उसके बाद मैं इंडिया आया था एंड गॉट टू नो अगर इंडिया के लिए टॉप 4 में आते हो तो आपको यू आर क्वालिफाइड फॉर एशियन गेम।
आज सभी की नजरें इंडियन स्क्वाड पे है, और उनमें से एक है दिल्ली के जनकपुरी से अभिषेक चामोली, जो जैवलिन F54 कैटेगरी में इंडिया को आज रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं।
There's no doubt that expectations are high. Chamoli has already proven himself as one of India's finest para-athletes. But the Asian Games stage is where legends are made.
The pressure is definitely on.
और हम लाइन बना के फिर सारे अब स्टेडियम में जा रहे हैं। स्टेडियम में शोर है, तो स्कूल के बच्चे बैठे हुए हैं, ऑडियंस बैठी हुई है, सब ऐसे क्लैप कर रहे हैं, और वो अलग ही एक्सपीरियंस था एकदम कि एकदम ये कहा एकदम ग्रैंड था, बहुत ग्रैंड थी वो फीलिंग। और एक तो और ऊपर से इंडिया को आप रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो, वो फीलिंग तो मैच ही नहीं हो सकती है मेरे को लगता है।
जिस दिन कंपटीशन था मैं गया था अंदर, इसके साथ मैंने शिफ्ट वगैरह कराया। हमें उम्मीद थी कि मेडल आना है, कलर कोई भी मेडल आएगा।
आई वॉज वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट क्योंकि मैं एशिया में रैंकिंग 1 पे था, और ऐसे ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं था, बट मेरे को लग रहा था कि दिस टाइम गोल्ड मेडल इज़ माइन। मैं अंदर गया हूँ, मेरा कंपटीशन चल रहा है और मैंने थ्रो करी है, अंडर परफॉर्म्ड, बट मेरे को बोल दिया कि आपको मेडल आ चुका है, आपको मेडल सेरेमनी के लिए जाएंगे।
न्यूज़ में भी आ गया, अवार्ड मतलब डिक्लेयर हो गया इसका। उस टाइम स्कूल में ही थी, उस टाइम जिस टाइम ये न्यूज़ मेरे पास आई, ट्विटर भी हुआ था सब, तो मेरे लिए तो वो मोमेंट बहुत खुशी का था। तो मैं इतनी खुश थी कि मैं मतलब अपनी खुशी कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रही थी।
मैंने ब्रॉन्ज मेडल जीता था, आई वाज 3rd। हम जाने लगे मेडल सेरेमनी के लिए, तो वहाँ पर उन्होंने मेरे को रोक लिया, कहते आप डिस्क्वालीफाई होते हो।
Breaking news coming from Hangzhou. Abhishek Chamoli, who was announced bronze medalist at F54 javelin event earlier today, is now disqualified over a technical issue with his throwing chair. We are hearing that his chair's pole was not rigid enough and there seems to be some flex issue with it.
मैंने कहा आपने तो अप्रूव करी थी चेयर, पहले आपने चेक करके पूरा अप्रूव करा है, आप कह रहे हो फ्लेक्स आ रहा है, एक थ्रो भी नहीं वो हुआ सिलेक्ट। कहते चाइनीज अथॉरिटीज़ ने बोला है कि नहीं, सारी थ्रो कैंसिल करो उसकी।
Indian para-athletes have been doing phenomenal in the Asian Games 2023 with the highest medal tally ever. Abhishek's medal would have been the 82nd, making a new record. But he will have to wait a little longer for his para-Asiad glory. An unfortunate day for all.
एकदम ही नम हो गया था मैं।
He actually told me that he felt worse than the time of his accident.
मेरा मन नहीं है अब खेलने का, मैं नहीं खेल पाऊंगा, मुझे नहीं लगता मैं जैवलिन पकड़ पाऊंगा अब।
मैं रात तक सो नहीं पाता था, जैसे रात में ना बीच में उठ जाता था मैं, मेडल नहीं जीता, कुछ मेरे प्लान्स थे गेम अप करने के लिए, वो मेरे प्लान्स थे, वो कैसे करूँगा।
सबसे बड़ा टास्क मेरे लिए ये था कि यार इसको कैसे इससे निकाला जाए।
उसके बाद मैं ट्रेनिंग पे जाता था, बट मेरे को आई वॉज समवेयर एल्स ओनली। मेरी शक्ल पे दिख जाता था कि भाई इज नॉट इन द ग्राउंड में नहीं है ये बंदा, ये कर तो रहा है हर चीज़ पर ये ग्राउंड में नहीं है। फिर एक दिन मैं नेशनल्स खेलने गया गोवा में, वहाँ मेरा ब्रॉन्ज मेडल आया। मेडल तो था बट आई वॉज नॉट हैप्पी कि, और फिर मेरे को वहाँ पर पता लगा कि इट्स हाई टाइम, अब फिर से यू नीड टू बकल अप कि बहुत हो गया ये चीज़, आप इतनी लंबे खींचोगे तो भाई क्या करोगे।
ज़्यादा होल्ड मत किया कर, फटाफट मारा कर, सोच 1 2 3। जैसे बॉर्डर पे सेना लड़ती है ना, हमारा भी सारा शेड्यूल वैसे ही है।
ओलंपिक्स के लिए देखो अब हमने उसका टाइम पीरियड बढ़ा दिया है, उसकी ट्रेनिंग और हार्ड कर दी है, लेकिन वही कहते हैं ना, जो गोल उसने देख रखा है ओलंपिक्स का, उसके लिए तो जितनी मेहनत करो उतना कम है। अब कंपटीशन टफ है और नज़दीक है तो हमारी प्रैक्टिस ज़्यादा हो गई है। लेकिन आज के अभिषेक में वो भूख मैं देख रहा हूँ कि उसे मेडल चाहिए, उसके लिए वो अपना 100 से भी ऊपर दे रहा है, अपना जितना हो सकता है वो उतना कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है।
वर्कआउट जो चल रहा है उसका शेड्यूल काफ़ी अच्छा है, रेगुलर है, और इस बार पक्का श्योर है कि वो ओलंपिक में क्वालिफाई भी करेगा और इंडिया के लिए मेडल भी लाएगा।
Passion and the hard work.
मेहनत और लगन,
डिसिप्लिन और डेडिकेशन।
चैंपियन बनने की भूख है,
उसकी जिद। हार्ड वर्क। At the age of 6 years, I lost my dad. एक सिंगल मदर ने मुझे रेस करा, एंड व्हेन आई गॉट इनटू द कॉलेज, और जब मुझे लगा मैं अपने पंख फैला के मैं अपनी उड़ान भर सकता हूँ, तो मैं बिस्तरे पे था। तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर ये अप्स एंड डाउन्स नहीं होते तो आज मैं आप लोगों के सामने नहीं होता, और जो सपना मैंने आपको फिल्म की स्टार्टिंग में दिखाया था ना, वो मैं पूरा करके दिखाऊंगा।
Samarth by Hyundai is an initiative that seeks to promote inclusivity, change perceptions, and enhance the quality of life for people with disabilities. Samarth is a simple word that means capable. It is a step towards creating a more aware and inclusive society towards people with disabilities in India. With technology, partnerships, product innovations, and storytelling, Samarth by Hyundai is about turning the world into a level playing field for all. Because disabilities that some of us have to live with should not define how we live or what we can or cannot achieve.
It's the most consequential British general election for a generation. Will 14 years of Conservative rule come to an end in the United Kingdom? Is the UK likely to get a new Prime Minister? Will the Tories suffer a total wipeout and head towards electoral extinction? Will the Labour Party clinch an unprecedented victory? Stay tuned for comprehensive, non-stop live updates on the NDTV network.
With Starmer headed for supermajority, is Labour 2.0 good news for India? India gets on the AI highway. Are Hezbollah and Israel ready for war? All this and more with me, Gauri Dwivedi, only on India Ascends.
Friends, it's time now to move into my personal favorite section, which is called Ask TG, and it's for a reason, क्योंकि आप मुझसे सवाल पूछते हैं and I get back to you with full details on all your questions. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. You know, it's very easy, it's very convenient, and अगर आपके पास में दो अलग-अलग phones हैं, essentially I carry two phones और मैं यही करता हूँ so that both my WhatsApp accounts are on both the phones, which is very simple. आप केवल you can utilize the option of linking a device, and if you link another device to your main account, essentially you have same WhatsApp दो अलग-अलग phones पे. मैं ये करता हूँ so that for example if I'm moving out and I don't want to carry both the phones, अगर मैं एक फ़ोन लेके बाहर जाता हूँ, it still has access to both my WhatsApp accounts. बड़ा easy है, you can use link a device feature, you can add an account. Quite easy, quite useful and quite a lifesaver I would say कि अगर एक फ़ोन की बैटरी भी लो हो जाए, still that WhatsApp won't turn off. See, it all depends on what exactly you want. If you want a full-fledged Windows machine which gives you this convertible kind of an experience, Surface Pro is a good device. But अभी अगर आप 9 लेंगे, I would say better wait for 10 to be available because वो बहुत जल्दी आने वाला है. So 9 को आए हुए थोड़ा time हो गया है. So better you go with the Surface Pro 10 compared to the 9 right now. Very easy, you know, I have the answer for your query because बड़ा easy हो जाएगा. You'll just need to go to your settings in your iPhone, जहाँ पे आप जाके जब कैलेंडर को ढूंढेंगे, वहाँ पे you'll get an option to add an account और वहाँ पे जब आप अपना Gmail account add कर लेंगे, the same one.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. Stay informed.
Sea of supporters greet Team India in Mumbai victory parade for the World Cup champions. Grand celebrations at Wankhede Stadium. Prime Minister Modi hosts the world champions in Delhi. 3 days on, police arrest 6 organizers for the Hathras stampede. Forget arrests. Police yet to question Bhole Baba. Bereaved disciples question their faith in Baba. Politics over Agnipath scheme continues. Congress and the government face off over the compensation in Agniveer's family who died in the line of duty. NDTV brings you a reality check from the Agniveer's village. His family admit they got compensation but still call for scrapping the scheme. 5 months after he was arrested, Hemant Soren returns as Jharkhand Chief Minister. A week since he got the bail, Hemant Soren as the Chief Minister of the state for the third time. Assam floods leave behind trail of destruction, a state ravaged with 46 the number of dead. NDTV's ground report from the worst hit areas. BJP MP Mahesh Jethmalani's big claim says China role in attack on Adani Group. Also says Hindenburg, Kotak have China links. As Jaishankar meets Chinese foreign minister at SCO sidelines, leaders exchange views on border tensions, say need to redouble efforts to resolve border issues. Hello and welcome to NDTV. I'm Ankit Tyagi. The felicitation ceremony of T20 World Cup triumph is in fact in Mumbai, happening at the Wankhede Stadium. Earlier, a T20 World Cup victory parade of Rohit Sharma and his boys was kicked off at the Marine Drive and concluded at the iconic Wankhede Stadium, crossing a sea of fans. The crowd was jam-packed as Team India bus tried to find its way to the destination. Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, Surya Kumar Yadav, former coach Rahul Dravid, his last outing was with Team India at the T20 World Cup final, found it hard to keep their emotions under control as the victory bus slowly and gradually made its way through the sea of crowds.
Is known to be an extremely active city, otherwise today proved right to its reputation because of its beloved Indian cricket team. Of course, after winning the World Cup in Barbados a few days ago, the Indian team was scheduled to be here in the city for their famous victory parade a few days ago. But that was delayed because of a cyclone in the West Indies, and that resulted in the delay of the program. That's not the only substantial delay that happened today, because of course when the team landed in Delhi, there were a lot of attraction. A lot of people were watching that event closely because the famous Indian cricket team was meeting the Prime Minister over a breakfast. But that proved to be secondary news when you talk about it, because the bigger news happened to be the Indian team's arrival in Mumbai. Of course, it was delayed by a couple of hours. The team was supposed to be here at 4 a.m. The team was supposed to land here at 4 p.m. But then it was delayed by a couple of hours, and that resulted in the crowd thronging not just to the airport to view their superstars or to get a glimpse of them, but also to the Marine Drive, to the NCPA, from where the victory parade was going to start, and of course to the Wankhede Stadium, where a felicitation ceremony is currently underway. To all these 3-4 places, there was an extremely high number of people, what was expected was that something similar on the lines of 2007 might happen, where thousands and thousands, if not lakhs of people came down on ground. But what happened today in Mumbai surprised everybody, right? The entire city, or especially the southern part of the city, came to a complete standstill. And as you can rightly see on all your devices, it is the visuals of the Marine Drive which has become the topic of news, not just in India, but across the world, beyond the cricketing community as well. This reminds people of the victory parade of the Argentinian team after they had won the FIFA World Cup a few years ago. This is quite similarly iconic moment. Of course, with this particular victory parade, a lot of the people in the city were extremely pumped up to go, and to see their team at least for once, to see people like Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma and Rahul Dravid at least for once in their last T20 international phase, or of course in their last phase of their professional career. But that resulted in several other things as well. The Mumbai City Police gave sent timely requests to people that the Marine Drive was completely full, and asked people to not to come there if it wasn't completely necessary. There were the vehicles were moved from that particular road to another road. There were several vehicular changes that were made. The local train, which is the lifeline of the city, was made more frequent, and all of this happened while the team's arrival in the city was delayed by a couple of hours. That resulted in a bit of traffic problem for the entire city for a few hours in other parts of the city as well. but that did not deter the spirit of Mumbaikars when it comes to celebrating their favorite hero, that is Rohit Sharma, and of course their favorite team, the Indian cricket team, and watching them for one of the rare occasions on where they went around the mecca of Indian cricket, that is Wankhede Stadium, with that glorious ICC trophy which the team had rightfully earned after 13 long years. With video journalist Sunil Singh, this is Anuj Rai reporting for NDTV.
Now, 3 days since the Hathras stampede, the Uttar Pradesh police made their first arrest. 6 organizers of the satsang have been arrested. But the self-styled godman, who is at the center of this controversy, the tragedy and the death, for whom the prayers, this meeting was, a prayer meeting was organized, has not even been questioned till now. Remember, the incident has claimed 121 lives and several devotees are also injured. They are now questioning their faith on the Baba.
Betrayed and angry, these devotees of Bhole Baba, who satsang killed over 120 people, want answers from the self-proclaimed all-knowing Godman. 32-year-old Mohini, a grieving daughter, says this is the price of blind faith.
माँ तो ना मिलेगी, अब माँ के बिना कैसे काटेंगे? माँ का दुख तो माँ का ही होता है। इस जन्म में माँ तो नहीं मिलने वाली।
लोगों को विश्वास होना चाहिए, अंधविश्वास नहीं होना चाहिए।
While many of his followers hold the guru responsible, some of his strongest defenders are the victims of the stampede.
उनकी कोई गलती नहीं, उनकी ये गलती है जनता की। ये जिम्मेदारी बनती है कमेटी वालों की, बाबा की नहीं बनती है। वो तो अपने प्रवचन देते हैं, अच्छी बातें करते हैं।
लोगों को विश्वास होना चाहिए, अंधविश्वास नहीं होना चाहिए, और उनको अभी तक अंधविश्वास है, और वो कब तक रहेगा ये पता नहीं किसी को।
The police, however, is yet to arrest the man on whose watch the devotees died. In fact, they haven't even questioned him yet. While he roams scot-free, 6 of his sevadars, organizers of the congregation, have been arrested.
बाबा के आपराधिक इतिहास की जानकारी हम लोग के द्वारा की जा रही है. Investigation is underway. Investigation as we proceed. If some investigation provides evidences, मुख्य अभियुक्त की गिरफ्तारी के अंदर और भी चीज निकल के आती है तो we will proceed. Permission इनके नाम से नहीं ली गई.
This, as his palatial ashram in Mainpuri, has turned into a fortress. What is unclear is whether the police deployment is to apprehend him or protect him. Token arrests, but no accountability. 2 days on, and the notorious self-styled godman is still on the run. The big question now, is he enjoying political patronage, and is there tacit approval from the top? In Hathras, with camera person Pavan Kumar, Vedant for NDTV.
Meanwhile, politics continues over the Agnipath scheme. The army has countered Lok Sabha leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi's claim that the family of an Agniveer who lost his life in the line of duty was not compensated. NDTV today spoke to this family, which admitted that they have received 98 lakh rupees in compensation, but still demanded that the Agnipath scheme be scrapped.
It is this family in Ramgarh Sardaran, in Punjab, who hold the key over what has become a huge political battle between the Congress and the BJP.
मैं उसे शहीद कह रहा हूं, सदन को गुमराह करने की कोशिश न करें.
Did the government fail to pay the family of the soldier Agniveer Ajay Kumar compensation for his death in a tragic landmine blast in January in Kashmir? A day after the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi played out a video of Charanjit Singh, the father of the late soldier, saying compensation had not been paid, there was this clarification when NDTV reached his home with our cameras.
वही देख रहे हैं भी जो पैसे तो चलो मिल ही रहे हैं, पैसे की कोई दिक्कत नहीं, ना मिले पैसे की नहीं, क्योंकि सानू तो अग्निवीर योजना यही रद्द होनी चाहिए.
The political debate on whether the family was compensated first broke in Parliament earlier this week when Rahul Gandhi insisted that no compensation had been provided.
अग्निवीर की सच्चाई मैंने फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पे रखी है और राजनाथ सिंह जी ने भी कहा है जो रियलिटी है वो हिंदुस्तान की सेना को मालूम है, वो अग्निवीरों को मालूम है। उनके कहने से या मेरे कहने से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, सच्चाई तो उनको मालूम है सच्चाई कौन बोल रहा है।
The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh immediately responded, denying the allegations, and yesterday, after Mr. Gandhi posted a fresh video of the soldier's father, the Indian Army issued a formal statement. It is emphasized that the Indian Army salutes the supreme sacrifice made by Agniveer Ajay Kumar. Of the total amount due, family of Agniveer Ajay has already been paid rupees 98.39 lakhs, ex gratia and other benefits amounting to approximately 67 lakhs as applicable according to the provisions of Agniveer scheme will be paid on final account settlement shortly post due police verification. The total amount will be rupees 1.65 crore approximately. The Congress though says their concern is the larger issue of the Agnipath scheme, the new recruitment process for those who join the forces in non-officer ranks. The Congress says after 4 years, when these soldiers end their tour of duty, they are left high and dry without any pension or benefit. Today, Agniveer Ajay Kumar's family echoed the line.
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਅਗਨੀਵੀਰ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੱਦ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਰੈਗੂਲਰ ਭਰਤੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਰੈਗੂਲਰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਫੌਜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਭਰਤੀ ਆ ਪੈਨਸ਼ਨਟੀ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੈਨਸ਼ਨਟੀ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਨਾ ਪੈਨਸ਼ਨ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਸਹੂਲਤ ਆ आर्मी वालों की तरफ से फौज की वो सहूलतें मिलनी चाहिए। अग्निवीर योजना बंद होकर रेगुलर भर्ती होनी चाहिए सानू ये चाहुंदे असीं तां।
अग्निवीर च कोई पेंशन नहीं, कोई राशन कार्ड नहीं, असीं तो जो ਉਹਦੇ कार्ड कोई चलाया ही नहीं। उस तो बाद जिस दिन तो साडा भरा गया आ उस तो बाद सानू कोई राशन कार्ड दी सहूलत नहीं, किसी ने सानू कुछ नहीं पुछया हैगा भी तुसीं किवें गुजारा करदे आ किवें नहीं। अकाउंट च पैसिਆਂ ਨੂੰ कौन देखदा? कोई नहीं देखदा।
The Congress has repeatedly said that the Agnipath scheme will be shut down if the opposition comes to power. The government insists it has its advantages and is a model followed by several countries around the world. With Gurpreet Singh Chinna from Punjab and Vishnu Som, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Hemant Soren is back as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand after spending 5 months in jail. A week since he got bail, Soren took oath as the Chief Minister today. Ahead of his swearing-in ceremony, Hemant Soren released a video where he said arrogant people intoxicated with power had tried to silence him.
मेरे विरुद्ध हमारे विपक्षों ने षड्यंत्र रचा है और ये षड्यंत्र में कामयाब भी हुए। आज 5 महीनों तक इन लोगों ने मुझे अलग अलग तरीके से लंबे समयों तक जेल में रखने का प्रयास किया। हमारे कदमों को रोकने के लिए एड़ी चोटी एक करके कुछ समय के लिए रोक पाए। अब मैं पुनः आपके समक्ष आ रहा हूं।
A huge controversy in Karnataka where Chief Minister Siddharamaya's home turf over allotment of plots by Mysuru Urban Development Authority, and accusations are now being levelled at the Chief Minister directly after his wife was a beneficiary of this scheme. Pratibha Raman reports.
It's a controversy that has hit Chief Minister Siddharamaya directly, as his wife is one of the many beneficiaries of a controversial scheme by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority that could have led to several thousand crores of losses to the exchequer. The land allotment scheme by the Mysuru Development Authority, or MUDA, was one where 50% of land in a developed layout was allotted to those from whom undeveloped land was acquired. But there were reports of serious malpractices. In the case of the Chief Minister, In 1997, 3.16 acres of land at Kesare village in Mysuru Taluk was gifted to Karnataka CM's wife Parvati by her brother Mallikarjun. In 1998, Mysuru Urban Development Authority acquired the land and converted it into a layout. In 1999, Muda offered compensation amount of 3.24 lakh rupees, which Parvati did not accept. She filed a case. In 2017, nearly 2 decades later, Parvati sought land allotment as compensation instead of money. In 2020, Muda passed an order offering developed land as compensation for land losers on a 50:50 ratio, which means they are compensated with 50% of land from developed sites. In 2021, Siddaramaia's wife Parvati sought land compensation under the new order. In 2023, 38,284 square feet of sites were allotted and given to her by Muda at a prime area called Vijayanagar, which is estimated to be nearly 10,000 crore rupees per square feet. This was not where her original land was. The BJP has accused that around 5,000 such sites were allotted by flouting norms, causing a loss of 4,000 crore rupees to the state exchequer, and is demanding a CBI probe. The CM says that allegations against his family are baseless.
The existence policy of the acquisition is 50-50 range for the farmers. That policy is not be applicable to the earlier one. The land value of that area is 2,000 rupees. They are compensated that area where they are getting out of 14 sites. Now it is a 10,000 square feet. Where is Siddaramaia's that morality?
ದುರುಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಆರೋಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದುರುಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಿದೆಯೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಂಬರ್ 1. ನಂಬರ್ 2, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನ ಸೈಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೀವಲ್ಲ, ಮೂಡದಿಂದ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವನ್ನ ಅಮಾನತ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನು ವೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ದಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್? ಯಾಕೆ ನಂದೇನು ಪಾತ್ರ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ನನಗೆ ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ನಾ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ತಾನೆ.
The Mysuru District Commissioner claims there was no government approval sought and the civic body took its own decisions. The Karnataka government, meanwhile, has ordered a probe and has shunted several officials from Muda.
Instead of allotting sites in acquired land, how can Muda allot sites in prestigious layouts? Several such irregularities have been reported against top BJP leaders on the Akrama Sakrama scheme, which benefited owners of unauthorized buildings. And now, this unauthorized site allotment has caused embarrassment to the Chief Minister of the state, leading to a political face-off. With camera persons Kumar and Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Quick break, news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
तो बेसिकली अगर आप एंड्रॉयड यूज़ करते हैं या आईफोन यूज़ करते हैं, डजेंट मैटर, आपको दोनों ही ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम्स में बहुत इजी ऑप्शन मिल जाता है जहां पे यू कैन गो टू द सेटिंग्स एंड वहां से यू कैन म्यूट योर अननोन नंबर्स, या एंड्रॉयड में यू कैन ब्लॉक कॉल्स फ्रॉम अननोन नंबर्स. तो अगर कोई अननोन नंबर जो आपकी कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट में नहीं है ट्राइज टू कॉल यू, फोन वोंट रिंग, आप थोड़ा सा सुकून एंजॉय कर पाएंगे. फॉर अ फैक्ट आप ये काम व्हाट्सएप पे भी कर सकते हैं. यू कैन mute all your calls coming from unknown numbers. ये बहुत अच्छा तो है ही, but I would say it's also very important to avoid these scam calls, because sometimes it's just a normal spam, but sometimes it's scammers calling you, approaching you, just trying to take some money out of pocket. तो उससे बचने के लिए भी it's a nice way for us to avoid any unknown numbers. जैसे मैंने just अभी किया, मतलब I'll turn on the setting. You can do it too. It's a nice tip. Please share with all your friends.
Ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here. It's the most consequential British general election for a generation. Will 14 years of Conservative rule come to an end in the United Kingdom? Is the UK likely to get a new Prime Minister? Will the Tories suffer a total wipeout and head towards electoral extinction? Will the Labour Party clinch an unprecedented victory? Stay tuned for comprehensive, non-stop live updates on the NDTV network.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our
The Kerala Cyber Police registered a case after an announcement was made on social media that a foreign medical graduate examination question paper and the answer key were for sale, I beg your pardon. A state police spokesperson said the city cybercrime police in Thiruvananthapuram has registered a case against group that advertised the sale of the question paper for July 6 examination. 8 people have been killed in a span of 24 hours in Assam as the flood situation continues to be grim. In fact, since May, 46 lives have been lost in the state due to floods. My colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary travelled to the worst hit areas.
Assam is facing an unprecedented situation with 2 waves of floods since May, and in this wave of flood, because of very heavy rainfall for past couple of days, there have been massive floods across several districts, almost 29 districts. Over lakhs of people, over 16 lakhs of people have been affected, and we are in Morigaon district, one of the most affected districts. इस बार का बार किस तरह से, अगर दूसरे बार के बार से बात करें तो कोई डिफरेंट था कि कैसे आया पानी, क्या परिस्थिति थी?
दूसरा बार जो पानी आता है ना वो धीरे धीरे पड़ता था, लेकिन इस बार इतना तेजी से पानी भरा, संभालने का मौका नहीं मिला. मतलब बहुत तेज से बनेगा. सुबह सूखा नदी का किनारे में गया था, वहाँ पे पानी.
On the line of duty in a landmine blast, whether his family did receive the compensation that it is due. In Parliament a couple of days back, Rahul Gandhi said that in fact the family didn't. He then put out tweets and he put out a video of the family with the father saying they haven't received any funds. But when we visited this family today, the father says, no, in fact, they have received the funds, but they do continue to have problems with the Agnipath scheme.
It is this family in Ramgarh Sardaran, in Punjab, who hold the key over what has become a huge political battle between the Congress and the BJP.
मैं उसे शहीद कह रहा हूं. सदन को गुमराह करने की कोशिश न करें.
Did the government fail to pay the family of the soldier Agniveer Ajay Kumar compensation for his death in a tragic landmine blast in January in Kashmir? A day after the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi played out a video of Charanjit Singh, the father of the late soldier, saying compensation had not been paid, there was this clarification when NDTV reached his home with our cameras.
वही देख रहे हैं भी जो पैसे तो चलो मिल ही रहे हैं, पैसे की कोई दिक्कत नहीं, ना मिले पैसे की नहीं, क्योंकि सानू तो अग्निवीर योजना यही रद्द होनी चाहिए.
The political debate on whether the family was compensated first broke in Parliament earlier this week when Rahul Gandhi insisted that no compensation had been provided.
अग्निवीर की सच्चाई मैंने फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पे रखी है और राजनाथ सिंह जी ने भी कहा है जो रियलिटी है वो हिंदुस्तान की सेना को मालूम है, वो अग्निवीरों को मालूम है। उनके कहने से या मेरे कहने से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, सच्चाई तो उनको मालूम है सच्चाई कौन बोल रहा है।
The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh immediately responded, denying the allegations, and yesterday, after Mr. Gandhi posted a fresh video of the soldier's father, the Indian Army issued a formal statement. It is emphasized that the Indian Army salutes the supreme sacrifice made by Agniveer Ajay Kumar. Of the total amount due, family of Agniveer Ajay has already been paid rupees 98.39 lakhs, ex gratia and other benefits amounting to approximately 67 lakhs as applicable according to the provisions of Agniveer scheme will be paid on final account settlement shortly post due police verification. The total amount will be rupees 1.65 crore approximately. The Congress though says their concern is the larger issue of the Agnipath scheme, the new recruitment process for those who join the forces in non-officer ranks. The Congress says after 4 years, when these soldiers end their tour of duty, they are left high and dry without any pension or benefit. Today, Agniveer Ajay Kumar's family echoed the line.
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਅਗਨੀਵੀਰ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੱਦ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਰੈਗੂਲਰ ਭਰਤੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਰੈਗੂਲਰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਫੌਜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਭਰਤੀ ਆ ਫੈਸਿਲਿਟੀ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫੈਸਿਲਿਟੀ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਨਾ ਪੈਨਸ਼ਨ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਸਹੂਲਤ ਆ आर्मी वालों की तरफ से फौज की वो सहूलतें मिलनी चाहिए। अग्निवीर योजना बंद होकर रेगुलर भर्ती होनी चाहिए सानू ये चाहुंदे असीं
अग्निवीर च कोई पेंशन नहीं कोई राशन कार्ड नहीं असीं तो जो ਉਹਦੇ कार्ड कोई चलाया ही नहीं। उस तो बाद जिस दिन तो साडा भरा गया आ उस तो बाद सानू कोई राशन कार्ड की सहूलत नहीं किसी ने सानू कुछ नहीं पूछया हैगा भी तुसीं किवें गुजारा करदे आ किवें नहीं। अकाउंट 'ਚ पैसिਆਂ ਨੂੰ कौन देखदा कोई नहीं देखदा।
The Congress has repeatedly said that the Agnipath scheme will be shut down if the opposition comes to power. The government insists it has its advantages and is a model followed by several countries around the world. With Gurpreet Singh Chinna from Punjab and Vishnu Som, Bureau Report, NDTV.
So there are two parts of this debate. One, the political one between the Congress and the BJP, the opposition and the NDA as it were. And then, of course, the larger issue on the scheme itself. We'll try and deal with both aspects of this and try and deal with the scheme and whether it's working or not separately from the politics. So, J.B. Mathur, member of the Rajya Sabha and spokesperson of the Congress with us, Dr. Syed Zafar Islam of the BJP with us. I'm also joined by Major General B.S. Dhanoa and Lieutenant General Satish Dua, who'd perhaps like to deal more with the scheme itself. I'll come to them in a moment. J.B. Mathur, why did Rahul Gandhi claim that money had not, or remuneration, emoluments, had not been received by the family when in fact it had been transferred?
Vishnu, the Rahul Gandhi ji, the video that is posted yesterday, it is Shahid Ajay Singh ji's father speaking. So it is father's emotions, father's words, and father in that video before the parliament speech and after the speech. That video contains both the segments. So in that he is speaking very emotionally that, you know, it is very unfortunate that the parents, the father of the Shahid Agniveer, have to stay with a begging bowl in front of the government. Now, after all these repercussions and issues and voice raised by the opposition at multiple levels, at multiple forums, now it is said that the compensation is paid. But the basic issue remains the same. You consider when a martyr, as far as the soldier is concerned, the regular soldier is concerned, he gets more than 2.5 crores. But whereas an Agniveer, he is not even called a shaheed, he is not even called a killed in action, or he is not called a martyr. And there are
all right.
various
so firstly, ma'am,
differences between
respectfully,
Agniveer and soldier.
a point of correction. The word martyr is not accepted in India. In fact, this is a statement in Parliament. The word is killed in action, and it's important to explain why. The word martyr implies, and if you look at the dictionary, it says so as well, a fight or a battle for a religious cause. The Indian Army, the armed forces don't fight for a religious cause. They fight for the constitution of the country. So there is no martyr. He was killed in action or killed in the line of duty.
That's fine, Vishnu. Okay, they don't term it as killed in action also. That respect is not given. We have seen instances where an Agniveer dies, that he is not given the proper respect he should be given, whereas the other soldiers gets it.
But ma'am, how is that the case? Because the army in its statement has also said
is what the parent says.
No, but ma'am, how do you say an Agniveer is not given proper respect? Because in this particular case, he was, I mean, when he passed away very tragically, he was honored properly by the military in the way that they do. In fact, the army has tweeted that as well. So how was he not honored or respected?
No, there are multiple, 13 Agniveers have passed away in this time. And we have heard complaints, we have received, there have been media reports of how Agniveer is not respected, or even
But on what basis are they not respected, ma'am? You can disagree with ma'am, with the entire Agnipath scheme. That's one part of it. But where is the lack of respect? Because I can actually tell you, in terms of remuneration or what they are due, if an Agniveer loses his or her life, they are compensated proportionately. And the benefits in the case of death, which somebody who is there for a full tenure get, is balanced out by what an Agniveer gets. It's pretty much the same. It really depends on the balance amount of tenure that you have left. So that is where there is a bit of a variable between what an Agniveer earns and what a regular soldier earns. Or is remunerated.
It's not the same. You heard in your report, the video which was just played in this show itself. The video clearly says the family saying that we don't get pension. So that is their emotion. See, if you look at the scheme between Agniveer and
it has
soldiers,
no pension. Quite right.
There is
Correct.
a big
Quite
difference.
Right. There is no pension, and that is a key problem. But ma'am, just one more point, and I will talk about the larger scheme.
They are giving their life.
I will talk about the larger scheme, ma'am.
They are giving their life to the nation. Right. They are willing to give their life to the nation. And why they have to go through this?
Right.
And then because of this
just one point,
scheme,
I'll talk about
earlier
the scheme.
there used to be 75,000 youth who used to be getting the opportunity to be in
we'll talk
army.
about the scheme.
Now it is
I promise you we will
1/4.
talk about the merits of the scheme. But I'm trying to understand from a political standpoint, why did Rahul Gandhi make the statement in Parliament? Why did he play out that video? When on the simple issue on whether or not this family received the funds, he could have picked up the phone and called up the army or the defense ministry before making such an elaborate claim, which was not correct. I'm just asking a limited point.
On the limited point, I wish to place on record, Rahul Gandhi ji spoke for the family's emotion. What the family see, you are not disputing that the tape is doctored. You are not saying that the family's
the
father,
tape is not doctored
it's not
at all.
Ajay Singh's father. So it's all
But
the
should
same.
he also not check from the government? Because there has never been a case of a soldier, I mean, in normal circumstances, not being remunerated or the family not being remunerated. It's something which it's automated. There's the regiment which moves in, it's the formation which moves in, it's the corps, it is the command which moves in. People go in, ensure that the family gets the funds. There is a timetable. It comes from insurance, it comes from the army, it comes from the Army Wives Welfare Association and other areas as well. So it's a properly laid out legal process. To suggest that that didn't happen, I mean, shouldn't he have fact checked this?
It is not somebody who said it, it is Ajay Singh's father. So Rahul Gandhi ji respects the emotions of that family who lost their son. So Rahul Gandhi ji is a voice of the people, so he has conveyed it. And because of he's conveyed this, so much of the discussion on the Agniveer and the flaws related to the Agniveer. So let's look at it from the point of view that the family emotions have been conveyed in the parliament by Rahul Gandhi.
Got it. And we will talk about the Agnipath scheme in a moment, but I just wanted to get a quick response from Dr. Syed Zafar Islam. Do you accept that argument that, look, this was a family which was obviously overrun by emotion? It is a fact that the father did say that we haven't been compensated, the family hasn't been remunerated, and therefore Rahul Gandhi got it wrong on the basis of what this father said. Is that an explanation acceptable to you?
Well, today, clearly after seeing this video, both the videos, it is so apparent that Congress is completely stands exposed. Rahul Gandhi ji has jumped the gun, he stands exposed. And that is why I heard JB Mathur ji, she was also struggling to speak, and they have no legs to stand, clearly because they stand completely exposed. First of all, they were trying to mislead the nation. This old video, they are showing, even at the two payment was made in February and June. So even this May video, perhaps it is not correct to say that they have not been compensated. He was compensated, family was compensated in February partly, then in June, and after the police verification, so 98 point some lakh has already been compensated, what the Honourable Defence Minister has stated on the floor of the Parliament. Then of course, after the police verification, another 67 lakh to be paid. So put together, around 1.65 crore to be paid, out of which 98 lakh has already been paid in two installments in February and June. So when Rahul Gandhi ji was talking about that they have not been compensated, is absolutely baseless. It is away from reality.
Okay.
He should have actually consulted or checked the fact before making this kind of statement. So, first of all, when he was merely a leader of his party and still trying to mislead the nation, I can understand that we can see differently. But when he is the leader of opposition, a very important constitutional position, then he should not resort to misleading the nation like he did by tweeting something which is factually incorrect.
Okay.
So all I am trying to tell you that Congress stand exposed, and this kind of a behavior of Rahul Gandhi will again make him a very non-serious kind of politician, and of course people will view him that his tweets should not be taken at face value because he has done in the past also.
All right, one second, sir. Let me just go across.
Other instances he has
you made your point, Zafar
and
bhai.
Of course, later it has been clarified
Zafar
that
Saab, you made your point. I want to go across to General Satish Dua first. General Dua, in terms of remuneration for the families or the next of kins of soldiers, of Agniveers killed in action, is the process and the remuneration fair in your opinion?
Look, Vishnu, this is a new scheme, so the details are not very well known to everyone. But the short answer to your question is that the remuneration to someone killed in action is fair in terms of proportionality of the service or terms of services of that individual. Because the Agniveer scheme was launched with different terms and conditions than was the process of recruitment earlier. So to that extent, there is a little difference. But as you can see, as facts that have been brought out and have been discussed by other co-panelists, that a fairly large sum has already been paid, and some more is due after the police verification. So to that extent, it is being paid as per the terms of service.
Okay. General Dhanwa, on to the larger issue, and perhaps the largest issue, is that these soldiers, ultimately, the Agniveer soldiers, are not given a pension. They are out of service in 4 years. There has been widespread dissent in the country as a result of this, and there are questions being raised on the quality of soldiers that we get after the training that they now receive. Is there merit in these arguments?
Well, Vishnu, as far as the new recruitment scheme itself is concerned, I want to make it clear that every government which is in power has the right to change the terms and conditions for how youth enter the military. As long as it is done in a manner which is transparent, where there is wide consultation amongst all the stakeholders, and it is then announced for one and all to understand that this is what you are now getting into. And from the time that the scheme was first mooted, sometime in 2020-21, till its introduction 2 years back, a lot of us have been saying that we do not question the right of the government to change a recruitment scheme. But definitely there are flaws in the existing scheme, and therefore you need to relook it and try and improve the overall satisfaction that is there to an individual who joins, as well as to the overall efficiency, the professional capabilities, and the kind of intake which is needed across the three services. So that's one point. We've been saying that please have a wider consultation. This unfortunate toing and froing over whether the compensation is correct or not, it is a malaise which is indicating that between the democratically elected members who are there in Parliament, they themselves are not in agreement. And this would not have happened had consultation in Parliament or in at least the Standing Committee for Defence taken place, and wider discussions could have been held so that a better scheme came out. What we have now is what we have to live with. Even then, there have been suggestions that this can be improved, and I'm sure that Sena heads will take a look at it, and we should be able to reach a point where within the scheme, giving it the right tweaks and giving it the right changes, it should work better for the nation as well as for the youth as well as for the military.
General Dua, are you satisfied that the training that these young Agniveers, men and women, receive will be enough to get them jobs after 4 years? Because the key point of difference has been employment. Young people in the country want to join the forces not just for a sense of patriotism or their sense of wanting to serve the flag, but also because it is an earning. And therefore the worry was that what happens to us 4 years later? The government came up with various answers to that question, including how there'd be companies lining up for Agniveers, there would be education courses for them as well to enhance their capabilities, etc., etc. Do you believe that those arguments are satisfactory?
Well, Vishnu, the real proof of this will come after 4 years. I mean, we've already been 2 years into the scheme.
So about 2 more years.
Because 2 more years to go. Because when some of them will get retrenched, if it is not tweaked in the meanwhile, at present it stands that 75% will be retrenched. 75% of Agniveers will be retrenched. Now, if that is going to be the case, several provisions have been made, whether it is CAPF or in the industry, in the corporate sector, several provisions have been made, and there are several expectations that the young men who are at the age of around 21 plus or minus will get absorbed in jobs. But like I said, we will have to wait till this scheme actually finishes 4 years. But if you allow me just one more
please
minute,
go ahead, General.
I'd like to just make a point. You see, like my esteemed co-panelist also said, the defense minister has also made some statements, even before the elections. After elections, also statements have been made that we will review the scheme as we go along. So there are 3 or 4 key points which can actually take care of this disgruntlement. One is the duration of service. Whether we should leave it at 4 years or we can increase it to 6 to 7 years. If that sort of a tweak is thought about. Next, the retention percentage, whether it should remain at 25% or it can be increased to 50 to 60%, because we might get into a situation, if not now, after a few years, that there will be approximately 50% of the soldiers will have less than 4 years service, and that may not be very healthy for the operational efficiency of or combat efficacy of a unit. Then the issue of reemployment that we spoke of, we've already discussed that. There has to be a better reassurance for those who are going to be out of the service to get employed. And lastly, the issue that we've been debating all along this evening is that any Agniveer who is killed in action or who dies in harness, so to say, should be treated on par with a normal soldier in all to all benefits and purposes. Thank you.
JB, just a quick comment. Rather than a political battle on Agniveer and how different classes of soldiers have been created and how respect is lacking, do you not believe that some of the issues which General Dhanoa and General Dua have just mentioned, which are really important issues which need to be debated, are the issues which the Congress party should be looking at? Because ultimately it's about the fighting ability of our armed forces. It's not about politics.
Certainly. I mean, I agree to them. They have been raised very relevant issues, like those who are, the compensation should be at par with the one who is a regular soldier. And also the kind of training, see, you're giving 6 months training and you're sending them to the borders to serve. So we are putting them at risk, and still they are not given the benefit. So if you look at it, this scheme has a lot of loopholes and it's basically a flawed scheme. So it's our duty that we point out, and we are doing that. And the Army, Navy or Air Force, whatever it is, that pension is a basic thing, then they are not provided that. And also, the Rajnath Singh ji did not say the whole truth in the parliament. He said about this 1 crore compensation, everybody doesn't get that. It depends on a lot of calculation, and also, whereas a regular soldier gets 2.5 crores,
seems to increase that it is more than 1 crore.
1 crore.
It is 1 crore in the case of a soldier who's killed in action. It is more than that, in fact.
But it is not on par with. It is not on par with a soldier. See, life is at risk for both of them. They are giving their life for our country. So why should there be a discrimination between an Agniveer and a regular soldier? Is it not important that Agniveer's life is important?
No, of course, all lives are important.
The basic thing is, the Army, Navy, Air Force chiefs had all opposed it at the beginning itself. It was PM, Prime Minister's office, who went ahead with this. Let us not forget that. The basic thing and many, even the former Army Chief General Manoj Mukund, even he had opposed it. So it's not the case that larger consultations happened and deliberations happened and then a scheme is formed. And also the rules clearly, I would like to read one rule. Agniveers will not be eligible for any kind of pension or gratuity, neither will they be eligible for ex-service contributory health scheme, a canteen store department facilities, ex-service status and other related benefits. So why are they denied all that? They are denied all that, and after 4 years they are just told to go. That is so unfortunate that they are protecting our borders. They are facing the same risk as others. And why is the government discriminating between Agniveer and real soldiers?
You raised some important points about how they are not given some of these benefits which you are referring to. Let me go across to Dr. Syed Zafar Islam. Zafar bhai, respond to these specific points. It's not just about death, and removal.
Let me respond to it.
It's about larger points. Go ahead.
See, first of all, one has to understand that they're young and they can be redeployed or re-employed by many. CRPF can take them. There is a special provision by Ministry of Home Affairs have been made where these Agniveers, once they retire, they can be absorbed in police forces. So there is a lot of opportunity for them. The young people Agniveer can be absorbed by police forces. That is one. So there are opportunities for them to be absorbed, and they have a long career to serve. Secondly, they are getting a lump sum amount. They want to really have pension, they can just buy an annuity from LIC, or they can use this money, a lump sum amount, which a compensation which they are getting at the end of the retirement. So that money can be used for either for doing a business, doing for investment, or just simply buying an annuity from LIC, that is a pension. Annuity is nothing but a pension. You can choose some scheme and invest. Third thing, which is very important, why Rahul Gandhi ji is propagating something which is away from reality? Is he trying to create friction within the armed forces? Why making this kind of a statement which is factually incorrect? I think if you really want government to review the scheme, as a leader of opposition, you can debate, you can ask for debate in the parliament, you can raise this issue which can be deliberated, debated on the floor of the parliament or away from the parliament. This issue you can push the government to review that. That's a different thing. But making misleading a statement and creating friction within the armed forces is something which is totally uncalled for, and that is something which Rahul Gandhi should understand, that he is now holding a constitutional position, being a leader of opposition. He definitely should behave like a responsible politician and discharge his responsibility as a politician which actually speaks the truth.
Sure.
So all these statement which has been made by J.B. Mathur, actually she must understand that these issues can be discussed, and they have been given enough corpus at the end of 4 years that they can either buy a pension scheme on their own, because there is no
that might be the
there
case,
are many
but we can look
defined benefit plan.
No, but sir, we can also take a look. For example, the immediate family of a regular soldier would also have benefited from ex-serviceman contributory health schemes. That is absent in the case, as I understand it, of Agniveer's other facilities. Agniveer is not going to get liberalized family pension, which would have been 100% of emoluments based on the last round pay. So there are differences. But I think at the end of the day, the fighting ability of our armed forces is what the priority needs to be. And are we getting that with the Agnipath scheme is perhaps the biggest issue which needs to be looked at. I'd like to thank all of you very much for joining us. We're going to take a short break at this stage. Coming up after that, the BJP MP and senior advocate Mahesh Jethmalani makes some fairly startling claims concerning the Hindenburg attack on the Adani Group. We bring you details, and is there a China conspiracy? That's coming up.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
It's the most consequential British general election for a generation. Will 14 years of Conservative rule come to an end in the United Kingdom? Is the UK likely to get a new Prime Minister? Will the Tories suffer a total wipeout and head towards electoral extinction? Will the Labour Party clinch an unprecedented victory? Stay tuned for comprehensive, non-stop live updates on the NDTV network.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The Kerala Cyber Police registered a case after an announcement was made on social media that a foreign medical graduate examination question paper and the answer key were for, in fact, for sale, I beg your pardon. A state police spokesperson said the city cybercrime police in Thiruvananthapuram has registered a case against group that advertised the sale of the question paper for July 6 examination. Eight people have been killed in a span of 24 hours in Assam as the flood situation continues to be grim. In fact, since May, 46 lives have been lost in the state due to floods. My colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary travelled to the worst hit areas.
Assam is facing an unprecedented situation with 2 waves of floods since May, and in this wave of flood, because of very heavy rainfall for past couple of days, there have been massive floods across several districts, almost 29 districts. Over lakhs of people, over 16 lakhs of people have been affected, and we are in Morigaon district, one of the most affected districts. इस बार का बार किस तरह से, अगर दूसरे बार के बार से बात करें तो कोई डिफरेंट था कि कैसे आया पानी, क्या परिस्थिति थी?
दूसरा बार जो पानी आता है ना वो धीरे धीरे पड़ता था, लेकिन इस बार इतना तेजी से पानी भरा, संभालने का मौका नहीं मिला। मतलब बहुत तेज से बनेगा। सुबह नदी का किनारे में गया था, वहाँ पे पानी